They just using my name for clout now, huh? OCO. OCO. What's going on? Oh, let me bring this stuff over. I can't even see the chat on the screen. All right, and yep, now I can see. Okay. Yeah, OCO everyone. What's going on? CB, OCO. J Dizzle, OCO. JB Charles, OCO. How y'all doing? Butterfly, Thundercloud, OCO. OCO T Cortez. How y'all doing? I see you, OCO. I see you. OCO Studio Steez. OCO Gale. OCO J Williams. Aaron Taylor. Dutchy the Great. Metamorphosis, OCO, welcome back. Shirley Salone, OCO. OCO Tuck. OCO Simply Stardust. Amani in the building. What's going on, Amani? Pick up, pick up. Hey. This thing. Okay, there it goes. It's back. It had to load. Arthur Livingston, OCO. Robin, OCO. How y'all doing? 504 Indigenous Warrior, OCO. Who that, New Orleans? 504 New Orleans, right? Cynthia Bradford, OCO. Taylor Joyce. I see them feathers. Deborah Stage, OCO. Oh, Sage. My apologies. Stephen Jackson, OCO. Mario, OCO. Rovani, OCO. Roland, welcome back. OCO, OCO. What's going on, brother? Florida checking in. What's going on, Florida? OCO from Atlanta. What's going on, Atlanta? How y'all doing? Is it cold out Atlanta? I know it ain't cold in Florida. Is it cold in Atlanta? Matter of fact, if you from Florida, don't even put it out there. Just You can rub it in everybody's face. It's probably hot out there right now still. Texas in the building. What's going on, Texas? Miami in the building. Charleston, South Carolina in the building. Baltimore in the building. Who's hot and who's chilly right now? What y'all weather looking like right now? California in the building. Chicago, what's going on? Tampa Bay. San Diego. Talladega, Alabama. It's rainy and cold. Wow. 61 a day in Atlanta. Yeah, I know Texas about to warm up. Yeah, it's cold, but it's about to warm up. Bronx is 49. Yeah, that's about right. You know how New York is. When New York get cold, they get cold. 50-ish in Ohio. Jersey is cold. Yeah, y'all right next to them. 42 in Ohio. It's about that time for y'all. 34 minute look. CC. Tire letters, look. Hey man, I feel sorry for y'all. I feel sorry for y'all. Yeah, that's cold right there. Woo. Connecticut 46, as low as 36. Yeah, y'all probably getting the coldest weather about right around this time, right? Oh no, probably earlier, like right before the sunrise. But if y'all had to get out and hit the road early, woo, make sure y'all turning y'all cars over every day, even if you're not going out, man. That thing could get crazy. Don't be promoting my haters in here. Get out of here. 54 Atlanta. That's not bad. 62 in Jacksonville. I thought it would have been a little bit higher than that. That's still not bad though. Anything 50 and above is not that bad. I mean, technically that's cold in Florida, like, but that's still pretty warm. Like a windbreaker maybe, if that. It depends on how the wind going. No, I saw a good Amani. I'm looking at it. I'm not getting on you, sis. It's just sometimes my haters get bold and jump on their troll accounts to come up in here and try to get fake free promo. We ain't doing none of that. Like, I mean, I understand, like, some of them are out there using my name and, you know, trying to pretend like I'm over there, and I'm not even over there. You know what I'm saying? But, anyway, they just looking for attention. 46 in Knoxville, and it's dropping. Yeah. Philly 49, that's about right for Philly. 47 in California. Now that's a little, well, yeah, I guess that's about right. Chicago 41. Yeah, I know it's gonna get cold in Chicago. Louisiana is 50. Yeah, 36 in Minnesota. That's about right. Woo. Which hate is that? I know, right? So many of them. Let them hate. $50 in Charlotte. That ain't bad. That's not bad. What is he telling y'all to come troll my account or something? Tell him come in my chat. if you want some attention from me. Tell them come in my chat. Hold up. Let me close my. Hey y'all. Hey, do me a favor. Bring me a bottle. Thank you, babe. Huh? What time you leaving out, babe? What time? Water. Yeah, why? You talking about an hour from now, babe? I know I just randomly went live. I was just about to, notice I ain't have no water or nothing up here. How y'all was feeling that double upload weekend? I know that was a crazy idea. I just randomly did that. But I uploaded Friday, well, twice, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on all 3 days. I might randomly do that again too. But I want to announce it, you know, flying up under the radar. I feel as though that's cool. And then surprise them when people come back to the channel Monday, like, dang, this nigga dropped. Like, they'll start cussing me out. Yeah, I dropped 6 on you. A lot of them were my old videos. The majority of them were my Easter Egg Sunday series, and a couple of them were a couple that YouTube removed. Yeah, I was looking at the chat and noticing a lot of people were telling me to bring the Easter Egg Sunday series back. That's in the works. In fact, I might even go ahead and jump on that as soon as possible, because while I was looking at my older ones, I remembered where I wanted to go with that as far as the next ones to come. So I know I got some things I want to put out on that. Yeah, that Columbo thing was crazy. And I'm noticing a couple of people out there try to make pretend like they did it, knowing that they got that from me. I did that like 3 or 4 years ago. But it doesn't matter, you know. It is what it is. There's one thing that they don't know that I didn't put out. Actually, it's a few things that they don't know about this situation that I put out there. And I'm glad that, you know, I can actually elaborate on it, because it's still more information I have on that. But we'll see. But don't let the haters fly today, y'all. Let them fly. So they can get some clout. let the haters fly. I ain't worried about them haters, man. They coming up in here ready to learn too. All right, now y'all know I gotta pay attention to these screens. Hold on 1 second.
CEO, freethinkers. You're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
This brother, he is raising some serious questions.
He's here to make you think.
What I'm trying to do is get our people to understand that we have been lied to all the way around about our history. Can you name any other group of people, no matter their skin complexion, that are being labeled primarily as the name of two continents? Not two countries, two continents. That is called a misnomer, which is the act of applying a wrong name to some person or thing.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes.
I want y'all to check out somebody named Dane Calloway. Dane Calloway? Look into Dane Calloway. He has a lot of information about how this whole shit was told in reverse. Okay, where they say, oh, we came from Africa over here. No, a lot of us was already here.
And information that was put together by a man by the name of Dane Calloway, who is also questioning the slave trade. And he's done some remarkable videos on the history of the slave trade in the United States. And he's gone back down the food chain and gone back down the line, and he's realized that a lot of the so-called African Americans in the United States are not African at all. They're actually Native Americans, because the slave trade did not happen the way we were told that it happened.
It's Dane Calloway.
Dane Calloway. Go and watch this man's channel, man. This dude is phenomenal, and he don't get the accolade and his flowers right now. You know what I'm saying? Because this dude gives some powerful information, some common sense. Go dig deep and research. Maybe even have to spend a couple dollars on research if you truth-seeking. Not fact-checking, truth-seeking. Because there's a difference.
It's Dane Calloway on I'm Just Here to Make You Think Radio.
Turn it up. Look, 100 years after 100 years, they done lied to us about this and that. Told us all we from Africa. I made fiction characters turn into facts. Heard your time and then it was not. Knowing goddamn well that trick was capped. My wife and I wrote a book about it. It's a book with knowledge, evidence, and fact. And my other book got them haters shook, cause it's helping my people take a closer look at their backgrounds in the background, showing my people where they supposed to look. Showing my people where they get it from, where they hit it from, all sorts of angles. When it comes to this research, you must please first. Don't trust strangers. Find out all of your own. That's what I highly recommend and suggest. And if you're looking for answers and content about me, I highly recommend you the best. Which is my website at the link you see just across the screen. Don't let it miss you. I make it simple. I double down on that black and white. It's so official.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me go to the classroom real quick, because I gotta pull that video up. I get this question asked a lot, and especially inside of my server. Okay, if you guys do not know, I have a server for everyone that they, feel as though they want to communicate with everyone and maybe do some things behind the scenes, which, I really don't want to give out too much information on that. But the 13% server link is in the description. It should be in the description of this live stream. But you could join the 13% server. It's free. It's no charge. There I will be going. In fact, I'm probably getting ready to open that up here in a second, where I go live in there and people can join me on the panel, and we get it in.
It's up.
Oh yeah, it's up. What's up, CEO Ball Styles? What's going on? What's up, sis? Yeah, it's go time.
It's go time, Slim.
Where's my music? Oh, okay. There you go. All right, so I'm about to pull that up now. So if you already are in this server, get ready to join the panel if you would like. I do have a video that I'm getting ready to play because I want that to it's going to be answering a lot of people's questions. Of course, I'm going to go over some things that's already mentioned in the doc, but for some odd reason, I'm getting this question asked a lot, but I'm thinking it's from the people who are just becoming aware of the situation, that they have been lied to about who they are. And this is the reason why you see I got a lot of haters out there for that reason. I mean, honestly, it's really not a lot of them. It's just a few of them that feel as though, oh, they this and they that, and they know what they're talking about, but yet still haven't put up any information on it. They just talk trash about me, and that's it. But I mean, since they're stuck with doing that, I'm going to continuously roll out this information. I'm going to educate the people the best way that I can, based off of my wife and I's research, because we worked hard on this type of stuff. This ain't no, oh, we clicked on Google and the first thing to pop up is Wikipedia, and hey, all we got to do is regurgitate it, y'all. Nah, that's not how it works. And in fact, really, let me quickly try to grab that 13% server link, because I'm not too sure if it's in the description right now, and I could just put it in the chat right now. I'm pulling it up right now. Give me 1 second here. All right. So I'm spamming it myself in the chat. That is the link to join it. Yes, you are going to have to download their app, but I have it set up where it's a two-factor authentication process that you will have to go through to make everything safe and secure. And then that way everybody knows what's going on. You know, it ain't gonna be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Somebody trying to go up in there and hack and blah, blah, blah. No, we're not having that type of thing going on. So let me see. Make sure I got this video up. Okay, I do. Over. Okay. So before I begin, I just want to give my take on what's going on. The people that are just becoming aware, do not feel bad. I'm not here to knock you guys. Yeah, you might have been Christian, you might have been, I'm not trying to take no religion from you. I'm not knocking your religion. I'm not knocking your religious belief. I'm not trying to make you change how you feel about, you know, somebody that you worship. That's not what this is about. I'm not here promoting a religion, okay? I'm not even here promoting any form of spirituality. I'm just letting you know, look, we've been lied to historically about who we are when it comes to our history. We were told that we came from someplace in West Africa. They still ain't figured that out yet. Keep that in mind. They never really told us where in West Africa. They just telling you West Africa. Okay, where? But anyway, they say that we were captured and brought over here by way of so-called slave ships. I debunked all of this. You know, of course, I'm tired of regurgitating myself, but at the same time, I have to, because certain people that are just coming on board catch on to it late. Certain people will connect it with Bible verses. I like that. Keep doing that. I noticed a few Hebrew Israelites will connect it. Go ahead, do it. I'm all for it. Like a lot of that stuff, you know, it could have been prophesied. Let it, okay. That just all the more reason to goes to show you that I'm telling the truth. I'm letting you know what happened. I'm letting you know what happened here by way of documentation. Outside of the Bible, the Quran, the Book of Mormons, you know, we could go down a list. I'm letting you know what happened by way of documentation. Our identities were stolen. Our land was stolen. Legacies were erased. Tribes were dismantled. Remember how they tell you the lost tribes? It's not the fact that they were lost as in, oh, we don't know our ways. It was more so of, wait a minute, they lost where they actually came from. Mentally. How did that happen, Dane? By way of a process called indoctrination. They couldn't do it to the adults, they had to do it to the children. So how did they do that, Dane? They forced schooling. They taught you what they wanted you to know. And who was they, Dane? Foreigners. Foreigners. I mean, let's straight up. Foreigners. A foreigner told you that you came from a totally different landmass. Hey, they didn't tell you how they did it as foreigners. They just told you that they captured West Africans from West Africa and brought them over here. They didn't tell you how many people it took, how many foreigners it took to get that done. They didn't tell you the voyage, how long it took, which route they took. None of that. They don't tell you basic information that you should know when it comes to that. Because right now, anybody traveling by way of a, not a sailboat, because back then it was a sailboat, but you know, you want to come all the way up and say, well, they were using cargo ships, Dane. Well, they didn't start using cargo ships until the 1850s. Dane, how do you know that? That's when the cargo ships were created. And the first 3 cargo ships wasn't commercially made. So you can't say that 3 cargo ships carried what they said their original number was 2.5 million enslaved West Africans from West Africa to the Americas, meaning North, Central, and South. That's royally incorrect. It wasn't commercially done as far as the cargo ships until after the 1850s. That's number 1. Number 2, you gotta account for all of the cargo. Remember, it's a cargo ship. You gotta account for all of the cargo that they will have on that cargo ship, plus what available room was left for how many enslaved Africans and how many people running that ship. There was no such thing as a slave ship where it was just strictly for slaves. That never existed. I debunked that as well. That never existed. You got to get this stuff up out of your mind. They feeding you fantasies and you run with it by the use of your own imagination, because there's no documented evidence of any of this existing at all. Now, what did exist is what your family know what's going on. Your elder family members. You simply just ask your elder family members. Grandma, granddad, have you ever heard of slavery? Because keep in mind, the majority of the elder family members right now are either born between the 1920s, 1930s, or 1940s. And they're gonna know their grandparents or their great-grandparents. They're gonna know their stories, and that's gonna lead back into the 1800s, right? It won't ever fail. So if their parents were enslaved, or their grandparents rather, your grandparents' grandparents were enslaved, those stories would have been passed down. It ain't no, oh, forget about it, baby. Don't worry about it, baby. Ain't none of that. If something happened that unique, that will be passed down. You would know what's going on versus you asking a stranger, which will be the teacher or professor that's in school teaching you about your history, that has no idea about you individually and what your family went through. I'm encouraging the people to look for themselves. You can't take it from some foreigner. And no shot to anybody with an accent, but anybody with an accent, and we know that accent ain't thoroughbred here, that's a foreigner. Okay? Straight up, you can't even listen to them because the majority of them have been indoctrinated as well. You have to look for yourself. Stop trying to give people credibility based off of how they talk, what they look like, or their skin, their skin complexion, or if they carry some form of accent. Stop doing that. Find out for yourself. I dare you to click off of this live stream and call your elder family members right now. I dare you. There's no way somebody else is going to know your story but your own elders of the family. Regardless if you get along with them or not. Hopefully you do. I done seen a couple of situations where certain people would say they don't get along with certain people. But that shouldn't stop you. I mean, they got brothers and sisters, right? And those brothers and sisters may have aunts and uncles, nieces, nephews. There's more than one way to get this story of your family members. You gotta do some type of footwork for yourself to understand. And it's nothing like having that paperwork in your hand, a paper trail of what happened to your family. Because can't nobody tell you any different when that happens. When they hit Africa, and I'm so glad this Africa thing is dying. I'm so glad. Look how bad, well, I mean, may you know, the brother rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman, I think that's his last name. This is no shot to him or nothing like that. I'm talking about how bad Wakanda Forever did. And the other one, where they were talking about, what was that landmass in West Africa? They tried to finally do a story about and say it was all queens over there running it. Making up things. But, damn, I forgot the name of that. But it's a lot of foolishness that's going on because they want to keep up the narrative. And I said that, yeah, Woman King. And I said this before. Yeah, Dahomey. And by the way, that was allegedly where Foster went as far as trying to go grab some captured Africans and bring them over here. And the last slave ship was so-called the Clotilda. And they set it on fire, et cetera, et cetera. They, man, and you know, they went down to Mobile, Alabama. They lied about that entire thing. And I made sure that I hurried up and went down there. As a matter of fact, as soon as I noticed they started making up their lie, talking about something, they found the Clotilda, me and my wife went down there the next day. You understand me? And put that bitch, and put that thing on screen, And because I see, sometimes I get upset because they make up foolishness like that. And our people fall for it every time. And the people down there telling you straight up that they not African, but you putting that African label on them. And look, the lady that comes out with the book that's on, his name is Lewis, Cujo Lewis, and then he got 4 or 5 different names. But the lady that came out was, baby, what was the lady name that came out with that book 91 years later? They came up with the book on Nora. What's her last name? Nora. It was with a Z, right? Yeah. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, something like that. Me and my wife trying to recall it because I don't have any of that stuff in front of me. Baby, you getting ready to leave? Okay, baby, be careful. I'm gonna call you, okay? Yeah, but 91 years later, they finally published her book. Was it Nelson? Zora Nelson? Neil something. Yeah, Zora Neale Hurston. Okay, there you go. That's a lie. Like, that's a lie. Like, how, first of all, how you gonna say that she sat down, listen to it, that she sat down and spoke with him directly and didn't publish that book until 91 or something like that years later, because I could be wrong on the number as well, because I don't have any of that stuff in front of me. I know it was like 90 plus years later. But like, nah, I'm not falling for that. But yeah, me and my wife went down there and ripped that thing to shreds, got all the government records of how they started changing Pritchard's name. And it went from Pritchard to Mobile, and it was just a whole bunch of foolishness. And then what ship did you find? Because you showing people on screen bits and pieces of wood, and you're going to be able to determine that that is part of the Clotilda when you're saying that it was located in a shipwreck graveyard. And that's another thing that we discovered. Like, it's in a shipwreck graveyard. That could be any ship, and people are falling for it, or any boat rather. And they paid that white guy, I forgot his name, I put that on screen, paid that white guy an arm and a leg just to regurgitate, because he know how to speak fast, and I can recall this, and we looked at all the records, and he said all of them. The guy that was at the reporter was like, all of them? He said all of them. We checked and made sure. I'm like, y'all lying. Stop lying. But and people fell for it, you know, just like how they fell for the Harriet Tubman situation. And I aired that out multiple times on my channel. Nat Turner as well. They tried to hurry up and clean up Nat Turner stuff. Luckily, me and my wife got down there before they moved. Before they moved stuff around. Actually, we got there to take the picture of the very first, what they call it? They called it a federal. It was like they called it a, oh man, I forgot. I don't have that in front of me. It's inside of the book. I showed y'all the pictures of the book as well. But they tried to use a particular house to say that that was the house that he killed this particular family in. That was the last one. It was a whole bunch of stuff with that. And then I aired that guy out that they tried to interview, saying that he was a descendant of Nat Turner because his last name was Turner, and that wasn't even Nat's last name. And matter of fact, the guy that wrote the story, Thomas Ruffin Gray, in 1831 admitted that. He straight up said that that was an alias. Like, and people running with this, and they thinking this stuff is real. And Harriet Tubman, right? Harriet Tubman, they got 3 full names. No, but her name is such and such, but she got family, and not one person is gonna come out and say that they related to Harriet or how they are related to Harriet. They're just gonna say that they are. Yeah, they was using Frederick Douglass pictures for Nat Turner. And now all of a sudden, some artists know what he looked like? No, but Dane, no. They burnt him and chopped up his bones, and you gonna believe that? First of all, the thing that got me about Nat Turner, that's how they said that he killed so many people, men, women, and children, and then brought him to jail and let him sit in jail for like 2 to 3 months. That's not happening right now. Like, no way. No way. You talking about back then when they ain't got no body cameras, they don't got no cell phones, they didn't got no surveillance footage. You mean to tell me that them white folks ain't gonna kill him as soon as he get in that jail cell? After he done killed the whole bunch of them? So y'all getting me hyped now. Hold up. You lying. You know you lying. Ain't no way in the world. If Nat Turner existed, was the white folks holding him up in high regard? Or what y'all were? Because the white folks created that story. I told you his author was Thomas Ruffin Gray. Originally, he got that story from the Richmond Whig. I showed you the newspaper where it first started too. Whoop! I killed them with that. Showed you the newspaper where it first started, and it was dated prior. I think it was like, I don't have that in front of me, but it's in the book. I think it was either 2 to 3 months prior to Thomas Ruffin Gray publicizing it and copyrighted it a month later, something like that, so he could publish it as a book. And then a couple other newspapers was like, no, don't make that a book, because they were afraid that that was actually going to become a real story where people start rioting. They started sending in the Virginia militia for that reason. They was like, no, y'all acting stupid. Don't get them riled up. Don't get them stories in the newspapers. Remember a video that I re-released here recently over the weekend. I was showing you how the newspapers was just like how we have television news stations controlling the narrative. Back then it was the newspapers coming up with all sorts of stories. Look what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I hate to use this as an example, but that story started in the newspaper. they tried to lie and say some boy was looking at a woman on the elevator, you know what I'm saying? Because he had to rush up there. He had to, okay, I'm gonna tell you what happened. How all this stuff, allegedly, how all this stuff happened in 1921 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, was they were trying to blame it on this little boy that was working at this particular store, and he wanted to use the bathroom. And the bathroom that he originally would utilize was closed off or down for maintenance or something like that. And it forced them to have to take the elevator up to another level to go use the bathroom. Now, he got on the elevator and a white woman on there, this allegedly now, he either tapped her, brushed her, just some stupidity. And then all of a sudden they throw this in the newspapers and saying that he did. I mean, I'm like, hold on, first of all, how did it even get in the newspaper? Did she, oh my God, I'm gonna tell the police? No, she, oh my God, I'm gonna go tell a newspaper? But all of a sudden it's in the newspaper and everybody and their brother know, okay? Listen to how that went. And I mean, you know, regardless, yeah, she ran out screaming. Okay, but how did it get to the newspaper? Like, the reporters was right there waiting. Because this happened within a 24-hour span. Don't forget this, y'all. They started coming after the people that night and brought the militia in by way of the train system. You know, I was upset about that. I was like, man, you know, something not right about here. Y'all made up a story. But they said they killed that boy, and I don't know his name. I was looking for his name. I don't know his name, but somebody know his name. Give it to me, because I want to do research on his side. Because that was published in the book that was published in the newspaper as a description of the boy, but never gave his name. The reason why I know this is because I did the story on that, 5 years ago? But all this happened in one day, and that night is when that stuff started. Yeah, very similar to Emmett Till, like how the lady lied about him. But I mean, at least we got his name. We don't have this little boy's name that allegedly started this whole situation in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And why all of a sudden and this lady that's out there now, and I forgot her name, y'all gotta excuse me with that, that's out in Tulsa right now, older lady, let me say younger lady, but she's an elder. She's over 90 years old. And I mentioned this before, showed the video. Still to this day, she's fighting to technically get reparations for that particular case for all of the residents of the Greenwood district. They keep pushing her off like, no, that's not old, blah, 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 blah. They wait until she die. They waiting until she die, straight up. They waiting until she die because they know she close to time, so that story could go past. Keep in mind, that's not being brought up when it comes to those people out there when they talk about reparations. Tulsa is owed a ton of money. Now, the reason why I said money is because you bombed all of their businesses, all of their residents with U.S. Army planes. And I have those records, so I know if I got them, they got them. Okay? So she got a big case, but they're ignoring it. Luckily, she got some people behind her like me that's going to continue to put this out, regardless if they trying to hide it or not, and make pretend like it ain't never happened. Oh no, a genocide happened, and it happened right here. But we gotta, as soon as we mention the JEU or JEW, we gotta respect all that. But no, you gotta respect what happened to us here, nigga. Let me calm down. But they not trying to bring none of that up though, but we gotta respect them. And no, we went through this. Okay, y'all went through y'all's too, right? But y'all got something for y'all's, right? Where ours at? Where ours at? And keep in mind, every time I hear the Jewish and all the rest of this, I'm thinking Christian, Muslim, I'm thinking religious belief. So once again, I'm not here to knock your religious belief or even you as a person, but I'm thinking, wait a minute, we all being ran by a government, and the government fessed up to what happened to y'all, but the government ain't fessed up, or a government ain't fessed up to what happened to us and ain't put nothing up. to try to fix it. Nothing. But yet since 1989, they've been studying what happened. How long it's gonna take? I've been having my channel for 5-6 years now. And I've been studying what happened to us this whole time. It didn't take me that long to figure out we got, I'm gonna try to use my words wisely and professionally. Let me not say nothing wrong here. It ain't take me that long to find out that we got the back end of that stick here. Matter of fact, that was even before I created a YouTube channel. When I found out. If it ain't take me that long, it ain't gonna take you that long. 1989, that's 20, about to be 2023. How long is it gonna take you? But yeah, y'all wanna get together and have a meeting about reparations? How about we get together and go to the government and throw it in their face? See, this is the reason why you got people like me here. Because I'm telling you where it's at, what it is, where to get it, where I got it. I'm telling you all my research. If you just decide one day to write it down, instead of copying me and trying to put it up and say that you did it and try to make profit off of it, how about you get your little following and go down there and make something happen? Or call me and be like, hey, let's get both our followers together and we go down there and make something happen. Not, no, we gotta get this speaker. We gotta get this guest speaker. And we're gonna put it on camera. And then what, nigga? And what? Did they get Oh, you put your reparations in your own pocket, huh? Huh? Where everybody big, yeah, it was a good one, y'all. It was a good one. We got together. Really? And y'all still falling for that? Like, huh? Y'all still falling for that? How many more times we gotta do that, man? To know that you man, I gotta use my words wisely, man. You getting the back end of the stick. Each and every time. I'm all for it. I just need some soldiers with me. I can't do it by myself. If we gonna go down there, we gotta make noise. Like noise. Like it gotta be, okay, somebody said the Woman King. It gotta be a movie when we go down there. We don't gotta wait until the reporters get there. The reporters gonna be there by the time we finish trying to, yo, we heard, and oh my God. And yeah, that's right. That's right. And ain't gonna take too much. Like, but it gotta be a demand though. It gotta be more than just talking. We can put the paperwork in front of their face like, all right, here it is. Now, what you mean we not old? And all we gotta do is brush the paperwork I got up or Tulsa, Oklahoma, and that stuff should be taken care of that same day. It shouldn't take a problem. It shouldn't be a problem, rather. It shouldn't be. I mean, you hooked everybody else up now. Shoot, look how much they got. $9 billion out there in I was about to say Geneva. What's the Russians after? Man, look, people, I never visited them. Nobody visited that area before. Ukraine, $9 billion, and now he asking for more. He asking for more. You didn't already gave them $9 billion. Give our people $9 billion. First of all, what did they do? What did Ukraine do to deserve that? I'm just saying. I'm not hating, but I'm just saying, $9 billion? What did they do? But I told you why they do that. Because, and Ukraine not the only country. It's a lot of countries. All of the countries that recognize this government as a country. Notice I said that recognize this government as a country. That's who they pay every year. It's a yearly thing. I forgot the name of the video. I have that out already right now, where I break that down. But yeah, that's That's not a game. And then we fighting over not only our identities, we fighting for not only our rights, we fighting for not only just equality, we fighting for so many different things. But real talk, they're just suppressing our reach. They're suppressing our talk, our whatever we want to put out there to reach our own people. They don't want us, they don't want us to reach our people. So they enlist gatekeepers that look like you and I. They try to, oh no, Dane, no, he's this, he's that, and Dane is da-da-da-da-da. And yeah, we know who you are. Straight up, you are enemy. And that's why I told people, it be your own people. And I know y'all heard this before. It be your own people that's holding us up. And lying, talking about something, they doing something for them. Yeah, they doing something for the people. That's the government, don't forget. I showed you that too. Even showed you what Biden said, it's us, the government. I showed you that like 5-6 times to show you the people is the government, not us. And it's a lot of the people that look like us that's working directly for them. Straight agents from different departments too. Meanwhile, our enemy's sitting back not doing nothing. Because all they gotta do is use our own people against us. It's that simple. And that's not fair. That's not fair at all. What this video is about that I'm getting ready to get into is about what happened. And look, I'm about to put the records are on screen. The statements are on screen. Where I got this from on screen, I'm stating this. Like, and if I didn't put it up, I'm stating where I got it from. So I strongly suggest to those of you that say Dane don't know what he's talking about, to watch this video that I'm getting ready to play, because it's gonna change your mind. It's that, and I mean, look at it from an unbiased perspective. Stop being biased because you are maybe a Hebrew Israelite or a Pan-African or whatever. All these other forms of religion is, and once again, this has nothing to do with your religious belief. Nothing. This is all about what happened to our people. And let me say this to the people that look like you and I, that are of different countries that are outside of North America. Don't get me wrong, hear me out. I love y'all too. But do not try to influence my people that are thoroughly bred from North America with your bullcrap. And oh no, brother, we from Africa, just for you to fit in. No, we gotta know that there's a difference between each other. That still doesn't mean that you're not my brother or my sister, hear me out. But you gotta understand that something happened to y'all and something happened to us, and it was done separately, done differently, and to the point where y'all can come over here and put white on the census. Totally different line of credit, buying up all the houses, easily could get a job. I'm just saying, all you gotta, if you could leave your country seeking asylum and come over here with no problem, all you have to do is work. That's what, remember, I put that out there. The government says that by record. And I put that out there on screen too. All you have to do is work or be in the military. They gonna hook you up. Y'all gonna do better off than anybody else that is thoroughly bred from North America, regardless if y'all share the same hue of complexion or not. So you gotta understand that this is not your fight unless you're fighting with us for that reason. Now, I don't know what you're tired of. If you didn't go through the same struggles as we did when we were just born and coming up and automatically being discriminated against, then no, you can't relate, but at the same time, you can help. I'm just letting you know. But you just gotta know that you may lose if you gonna fight with us, you may lose some credibility with this government because they seeing you standing up with your brothers and sisters here that are thoroughly bred born here in North America. Just know that. And I'm talking about your status, which is that, you know, that political status that they give you, white, because it ain't got nothing to do with a skin complexion. Because you are darker than me and darker than everybody else and they labeling you white. Because you hoping a certain thing to go higher up, which is the US population count for the whites, when it ain't got nothing to do with Caucasians. Hiding behind a number. Remember I told you, even you can't even trust the numbers. We just went over that with 1 + 1 = 3. Men lie, women lie, and numbers do lie when it's men and women that control them. I'm gonna say it again.
It's up.
Men lie, women lie, and numbers do lie when it's men or women that control them, and women that control them. It's a lot of stuff that we have to change. But once again, for my brothers and sisters in Central and South America, yes, I'm not denying that you didn't go through things on your side too. But just know I can't do anything about the Mexican government, for example. I can't do anything about the Jamaican government, for example. I'm over here talking about our people. Don't get me wrong. Once again, I know y'all my brothers and sisters. Y'all went through some stuff too. But if you over here, and I'm talking about our people or what happened over here, you gotta be with us in our fight for the same cause that I'm talking about for us. For our people, thoroughbred, you gotta be for real. And then you can't regurgitate the same lies that we've been given just because you were taught that later on, or you may see a way to make some money. Oh, y'all came from Africa. Here, I'm gonna sell this, what's the name of those things that they selling? The garments that was made in China? That stuff. Like, don't do that. But no, but the professor this and the doctor that said, I don't care about the professor this and the doctor that. They all lied. They didn't even know they were being indoctrinated. They thinking they were getting the best education possible. But whose education was given? The dashikis, yeah. So I be saying, and I be mad at, I was like, what? I'm seeing a few Jamaicans trying to sell me a dashiki, but we African, brother. I'm like, you Jamaican? Nah, you Haitian. What are y'all talking about? Africa what? So if that's the case, how come the Mexicans ain't wearing dashikis? How come any Latino or Latina group, ethnic group, ain't wearing dashikis if we all Africans? No, but they got their own. But I thought you said we was all Africans. Where the Chinese at doing it? No. You can't sit up there and say that Africa populated an entire landmass. That's impossible. We were already here. And a lot of y'all was already in your own territory. So don't make pretend like this. The colonizer that lied to you, gave y'all a flip-flop story so they could stay afloat. And y'all know it's a lie, but turn around and say that the colonizer was right for us. Don't do that. By telling us our story, don't do that. That's a no-no. That's not how it works. And if you out there doing that, you a fraud. You're a fraud. And I don't want you over here. Because I know real Jamaicans, I know real Mexicans, I know real Haitians, etc., because there's more that's about this fight, that know what's going on, that know that they've been lied to also about their own people, and they trying to make a difference. And if you ain't about that, get up out of here. What you watching? Get up out of here. What you watching for? Get up out of here. I'm gonna give y'all that New York accent. Get up out of here. What you watching for? Don't waste my time with that. You know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, shout out to the Italians. Shout out, I mean, look, all them New York, look, that's why I said the Jews, I don't got no problem with none of them. They pop up, all of it. Hey, yo, Dane, you right about this, you right about the folks in UK. Y'all seen them historians in the UK? Yo, Dane is right. And it doesn't matter their skin complexion. Yeah, that was definitely some Italian New Yorker. Get up out of here. Get up. That's the. I'm messing with them, but they know what's going on. They know what's going on. The whole time it's time to change that. I mean, if we want to come together as a people, we just got to understand all humans are the same because they have the same similarities, the ups and the downs, the lefts and the rights. But when it comes to ethnic groups, we got to understand that we all have different cultures. And you got to also understand that our culture was stolen. Our language was stolen. Our histories were stolen. Our land, stolen. Spirituality, stolen. Like, it's stuff like that where the South Africans actually reclaimed and kicked their intruders out. Now they're running their own government. I also showed you that. Remember how they came up with that term Bantu? That's just like calling somebody a nigga. That's a derogatory term. That's just like calling somebody black. The term black is derogatory and has been. What ethnic group? Let me calm down. What ethnic group do you know of that's like, we're the blacks? Like, why we gotta be the only ones? And then the foreigners coming over here thinking that's what they supposed to call themselves because y'all doing it. And, well, yeah, I mean, we share the same complexion, but I'm black. And all of y'all are different shades of the color brown. We gotta stop this. The African American, the black, all these terms, these misnomers, we gotta stop. We gotta allow that to die. Change the narrative for us, for the betterment of us. That starts with positive influence. That starts with allowing us to know who we really are and not allowing a stranger's influence on our decision making. The reason why we didn't get reparations as black people is because reparations are not owed to black people. By the time slavery was happening, they weren't referring to our people as blacks. I'm gonna drink this tea. You heard what I said? Man, she done brought up some orange juice. Shout out to my wife. I love you, baby. I'm just now seeing that. We were not called blacks back then and weren't referring to each other as that. That term was derogatory. We gotta let this stuff go, regardless of how you feel, but everybody calling no. We gotta stop it. Every time you say black or African American and you saying that to me, your credibility is out the window. I automatically know you indoctrinated. Freedman is another one. In fact, in this video, I'm about to go over that. Freedman is another one. And y'all thinking that mean that you got freed from slavery. Oh, we all freedmen. Whole time white folks was called freedmen.
It's go time, Slim.
Just like white folks was called the slaves, the Slavs, because what area are they referring to? What area were they running from? And then all of a sudden they were called the free whites on the US Census in 1790. So they were captured somewhere and was like, oh man, I hope I can seek some asylum in the new world. Put that together. That's why they called this the new world. Oh yeah, and be looking out for the, watch the new videos that me and my wife cooked up. Watch, woo, y'all. Watch how deep this get. We getting deeper and deeper and deeper. And to those that are out there that are copying me and my wife's work, I'm gonna tell you right now, if y'all try to publish it or try to monetize it and we catch you, or my lawyers catch you, or people that know that we did it, as far as the viewers that's watching, and they send it to us and we catch you, just know you in trouble. Just know you in trouble. Everything is copyrighted. Don't try to run with it and try to monetize. No, this is for the people. Leave it to how me and my wife are doing it. Don't try to, oh yeah, nah, and yeah, and nah. Yeah, I'm not playing with y'all. We done already hit a couple people already. Who's next? And they know who they are. Don't try to get it twisted. We crossed all T's and dot all I's. We know exactly what we doing. This ain't no joke to us. And we put in that work. I mean, if you was right here shooting in the gym with us, then yeah, you could go ahead. But if you wasn't, and do you think you got a freebie and think you can, oh yeah, I got some content, y'all. Oh, I'ma run and make a movie, y'all. We got you too. Pulling that off of Netflix. Hello? Let me get that check, homeboy. Think I'm playing with y'all.
Get out of my sight. Get out of my sight. Get out of my sight, you fuck.
I'm not playing with y'all. All right, let's get into the video.
Now, in today's society of America,
I know, right?
Millions.
Hold on. Right after that. Right after that. All right. Oh, let me set up so I can make sure I pause everything. Let me get this coffee over here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Y'all gonna go vote for Trump now. All of a sudden, Trump done told you. Hold on, let me tell y'all something about Trump real quick before I move forward. Trump's told y'all, remember, that the voting system was rigged. All right, you made everybody believe that. Everything cool. We still gonna have faith in you. Wait a minute, you about to run for president again? What if they do it again? How would you? But if you don't trust the system, how you gonna trust them now? Like what they got in place now to make everything Trump, hold up, Trump. Hold up. I'm just saying, don't get me wrong. As far as certain situations, I like what he did. But put two and two together. If they did something fraud, Trump, and you turn right around and want to do it again, you want to do it again?
Well, honestly, we're gonna make sure this time that everything is straight. I promise you, we're not gonna have Hillary out there. We're gonna make sure that everything is great. It's impossible. We got great people. I promise you, they're great people. I just had lunch with them yesterday.
No, you not. You lying. You lying. I told y'all they the same thing. I told y'all. But y'all not gonna believe me. I told y'all. Y'all gonna fall for that. All right, okay. All of a sudden, everything's straight now.
I'm gonna be running for president 2024. Trust me, it's great. We did everything we could.
What did you do? What did you do? Now, once again, hey, look, don't get me wrong. Once again, I like some things that he did. He did some things that I liked. But at the same time, how you turning right around? I mean, can you tell me what changed Trump that make you?
Okay, this time it's safe. This time, I promise you, everyone calm down. When I do this time, it's going to be great. Trust me, mark my words.
I swear to God. How did he get that? Quick. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. You might be hold on. Don't get on me because you're a Trump fan. I'm just asking a question. Keep in mind, I'm just here to make you think. I'm just here to make you think. Okay? I know that's a hard impact, right? But I'm just saying. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that, Roger. Shout out to K East for becoming a member. Welcome. Welcome to the Think Tank Club. Eagle Eyes Readings, I appreciate you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Man, listen, y'all. I'm just saying. You do what you do. Don't get me wrong, go vote for him. Cause I think Ye might be running for president too. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I think Ye running for president. I think that's the reason why he did all that, so he could cause some commotion and get some more eyes on him. I felt as though Ye's moves was already pre-calculated. Like he had, don't forget that he was all over Instagram airing them folks out about the Adidas. Then a couple months later, airing them out, putting up their pictures, their names. He wanted out of that deal. Don't forget that. He wanted out of that deal. Now, he did something to get out of that deal. What'd he do? He said DEFCON such and such, right? That was his thing. But everything is calculated. Don't think he ain't. That boy is intelligent. Do not underestimate Ye. That was pre-calculated. Now, that's unrelated to Kyrie, but then again, Kyrie had a move where he wanted to get about the situation also that he's in, but that's unrelated to what they claim he did on his Twitter. Okay, but Ye's was calculated, hands down. Like, he wanted that to happen. And then all of a sudden, draw the eyes on him and, oh, matter of fact, I'm gonna get a few white folks or a few white girls that I dated to say something about me. Yeah, a soap opera. Woo! Career choices, a soap opera. Exactly. Don't forget that Trump did the same thing too, even though he was telling a lot of truth about Hillary and all the rest of them. And once again, like I said, I like some things that he said. Don't forget. But he's also an actor, right? He was also in an entertainment field for a long time. Long time. So I'm just saying, you want to put your trust in another politician again. And he judge debated, he was, don't get me wrong, he was on the Trump administration was on the verge of listening to Ice Cube's plan. That's the truth. And then when Ice Cube sent it to, he told me straight up that he gave it to both of them, the Biden administration and the Trump administration. The Biden administration ain't budge. If I'm not mistaken, I think he said, and Q could correct me if I'm wrong, I think he said that their campaign manager made pretend like they was about to set up a date where they could sit down and have a conversation, and that never happened. So, hey, what if this time around Trump say, all right, let's have this conversation? We'll see. We'll see. And remember, before Biden left out of here, he juked y'all. What'd he say? I can't do Biden's voice, but he made sure that people that owe, I forgot how much it was max, but if you owed money, college, old college little debt, he was gonna wipe it clean. And as soon as everybody signed up, yeah, I'm about to get that off of my credit. All of a sudden, it's a problem. They send you a letter and say, wait, hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. No, you've been approved. Don't get me wrong. You've been approved, but we're fighting in court. They're trying to block it. Wait a minute. What? But once again, it's a stage. It was pre-calculated. All they wanted to do was make pretend like they was doing something for the people and renege. If we was playing spades, I'm gonna let y'all let that sink in. Where the spade players at? If you renege, what happened? What happened? What's supposed to happen? I'm just saying. Let me get them 3 books. That's right, Imani. Let me get them 3 books. Cough it up. Now, usually it's not game over. It's usually 3 books. I don't know. Maybe hold on. A couple people saying game over. See, I don't know. Because see, where I'm from in DC is usually we get 3 books off of that person. Usually, when they renege in the spades game. But in other words, it puts them back. And it's supposed to put the other team on top. Yeah, it's 3. That's what I thought. Now, the Boston, if you got all spades, you running a Boston. That's what that is. Or if you Trump tight, you running a Boston. Yeah. I never heard, that's my first time seeing what people say is game over. Unless you real upset with the person. Oh, nah, man, it's game over. No, No, I don't want no 3 books. This game, you cheating, man. I can see that. I can see that. Don't get me wrong. I can see where a person get upset where it's game over. But usually it's supposed to be 3 books. Usually you're supposed to take 3 books off that person. That's what I can recall from, you know, me playing Spades in DC back at home. In the BX is 3 books. Hey. In Florida as well. Fight night like Monopoly. Hey man, I can't wait to get with y'all. We all gonna have a little. I'm not trying to say we gonna play spades. Y'all don't want to see me in spades, but I'm just saying we all gonna get together. We're gonna do some things like how we doing right now, do it live. I can't wait for that to happen. Can't wait. Florida, Texas, and Puerto Rico, 3 books. Wait a minute now. Those are 3 different. Are you? I. Okay. I'm nasty in spades with the right partner. Like a trivia night. Nah, because I want to make it educational. I mean, I still want to make it, you know, fun, but I definitely want it to be educational. And we get some things done. Like, I much rather do some stuff. You know, my team and I, we've been talking about it, where we can help people right then and there with certain things that I'm not going to state right here, but it will be beneficial to people beyond genealogy. I can tell you that. Speaking of genealogy, I'm actually glad I thought about that. So the ones that are in the 13% server that are gonna come up on the panel when I open up the panel, man, y'all gotta remind me to do that, okay? Cause I can mess around and play this video and forget, cause I'm about to play this video. Remind me about that, y'all. But I'm gonna have it up. In fact, I'm already in the Discord. I just gotta click it. But they're not gonna be able to hear this video unless they're here. Yeah, I think it's time. What's up, PG County? I think it's time. Thank you, Matthew. I'm gonna bring the Easter egg Sunday series back. Weekend conference, Friday through Sunday. What up, Chicago? Columbus, Ohio in the building. Let's do this right now. What up, Top Cats? Top Cats in the building. Raleigh, North Carolina, Chicago, Illinois. Now, y'all know I'm gonna be pausing and everything on here. Written and researched by Mr. and Mrs. Calloway. Let me drop a bomb for my wife.
Of so-called African Americans are struggling to come to grips with their true identity, culture, heritage, and history, mainly due to the numerous manipulative tactics utilized to govern their critical thinking mechanisms and to also decimate their literacy capabilities. Each one of these manipulative social engineering experiments can only be detected and detached from one's subconscious when standing.
By the way, No.
Outside of the box. I'll let you ponder on what's happening to those that are still inside of it. Meanwhile, you have not and will not ever hear me promote any form of religion throughout any of my content that I present to the public.
Reason being
is due to religion, faith, and beliefs being based on one's personal relationships. And I am not here to debate nor argue about who you should or should not love.
Y'all heard me, right? So to the religious people out there, I'm not here for that.
That's simply none of my business. So let's also be sure to not confuse the truth that I present throughout my content with any personal beliefs that you may have. Now in this segment, you will learn about who you truly are and where you really came from based on truthful information. Because mind you, there is a big difference between truth and facts. Facts are merely controversial information, whereas a person bears the opinion to debate its credibility or not. That's yet another form of belief. Whereas the truth is non-debatable due to its credibility of always making logical sense. This is why in today's society, most people don't even care about the truth. Why? Well, because to them, unfortunately, a lie is more entertaining.
King Third, what's going on, brother?
So now let's start with March 1st, 1790, when then President George Washington and Vice President John Adams, along with Speaker of the House Frederick Muhlenberg, signed the 1790 Census Act. According to the census itself, it states that the 1790 Census Act is a law that, quote, required that every household be visited, that completed census schedules be posted in 2 of the most public places within each jurisdiction, there to remain for the inspection of all concerned, and that the aggregate amount of each description of persons for every district be transmitted to the president.
Hold up. I want y'all to note that in 1790, the completed census schedules to be posted in 2 of the most public places within each jurisdiction. What are they referring to right there? So in 1790, the most public places within each jurisdiction. What jurisdiction? Are they referring to counties? Are they referring to districts? $17.90. I'm looking in the chat. Each jurisdiction. Okay, so required that every household be visited, that completed census schedules be posted in 2 of the most public places within each jurisdiction, there to remain for the inspection of all concerned. And that, okay, I remember, okay, I'm gonna give y'all a little hint because I see a lot of people saying districts and counties, right? Where else would you go to post? There we go. Somebody said it. The post office. There we go. There we go. Sometimes the church. Sometimes the church. But that post office is so important, y'all. People sleeping on that post office. Two of the most public places. The most public places to be posted in 2 of the most public places. I saw somebody say church. The most public. But 1790. Were we going to their churches? Were they going to our churches? City Hall. Okay. Library. That's a public place. So is the City Hall. No, not the newspapers, not just yet. 1790. Somebody said grocery stores, restaurants, county fair. That's public. Keep in mind, 1790 though. Not Federal Reserves. Yeah, churches will be one. But how is that for everybody? When they had their own and we had our own. Keep in mind, 1790, we wouldn't in joint churches. That's why I'm telling you that the post office is very important here. It's key. And I'm trying to see if somebody say something. Now, not the Social Security office. That came later. Schools, but segregation existed during this time. Okay, train stations is a public place. Okay. Not the local banks. Now, it wouldn't be law enforcement. It wouldn't be hotels neither. Hotels came later. Yeah, I would. Yeah. Bus stations came later. Train stations were there. Town squares were there, or town halls were there. Churches were there too, but that wasn't. But keep in mind, they're saying 2 of the most public places within each jurisdiction in 1790. Not the plantation. A public place. In fact, I'm glad y'all said plantation, because keep in mind, this was allegedly happening during the time period of slavery. Not the. Nah, not restaurants, not the sheriff's office, not auction places. The post office is one. We definitely established that. But keep in mind, they said 2 of the most public places. I'm gonna give y'all like 60 more seconds. I'm gonna see if somebody get it. Post office is one. Like the city hall, with people that were saying that, that's all closed. Library, not quite with the library. Not the newspapers yet, not yet. A public place. 2 of the most public places. Think of a place, 1790, that we all visited during segregation, which would have been the post office, and what else? Or something similar to the post office. See, I get the reason why y'all saying church. I get it. But don't forget that segregation existed. All right, okay, tell you what. Think of an old Western movie. I'm going to give y'all a hint. Think of an old Western movie where they show you a town. What did that town always consist of? Of course, you have a church. You have a restaurant or 2. No, not the salon. Not the salon, not the barbershop. Federal. Oh, hold on, wait. I gotta go back up. I think somebody said it. Let me see. Courthouse. Nah, you close though. You close. Yes, it will be considered a message board. It would be considered a message board. But this is the reason why I'm giving you the old Western style. Okay, let me say, because I'm damn near about to tell you now. And when the person said message board, hear me out on this. In the Western movies, if somebody was the most wanted, how was that message getting around from town to town? Oh, I think somebody said it. Hold up. Similar to Western Union. Close. You close. You hot. Telegram. Right. Okay. Now we talking, y'all. Now we talking. By poster, yeah. They'll put up posters. But they sending messages out through telegram stations or telegraph stations. I said telegram because of the MoneyGram, Western Union, but telegraph stations. Yeah, and they work similarly to a post office. Yeah, Pony Express. But that was before the newspapers, though. That was before the newspapers. Like, it was different. It was similar, but it was different. Yeah, you sort of wanted posters. But don't forget that they came, some of the marshals would come with papers in hand already. But that person verifies that information by a certain way. Telegraph communication. Telegram. This was the old stuff, though. Oh. The train stations existed also. Yeah, they sent out bounty hunters, which will be the marshals at that time. Don't forget, the first police ever were the marshals. You had the sheriff of the town and you had the marshals of the jurisdictions. Don't forget, the marshals were responsible for the enumeration for the census. Remember, I told you, I'm not sure if I'm going to go into that here. I'm not sure. But I know I did it in my video. They wore a badge and everything, the U.S. Marshals. They were the first police. And they were responsible for enumerating. Very first. So we got the right, like working as deputies. Yeah, that's why I said Western Union, but I wanted them to understand, like, where all that stuff stemming from. Like, that's why I gave that old Western as an example. Like, think about that type of era. Because keep in mind, 1790 is not too far away from the 1800s. So now you know, like, how things ran. And they didn't come over here and build that up. It was already built up. That's another thing I wanted to point out, but, they just copied things that we already had in motion. Yeah, Morse code existed as well. Yep, they had jailhouses. They definitely had a sheriff's office, yeah. But that word was getting around. It seemed like there must be a delay because people are answering what we just talked about 5 minutes earlier. So there is a delay now. I see it. So I'm gonna move on from this now because I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page here. The two of the most public places. But they, those stations. I'm just making sure okay. We good? Nah, that makes Sonic Halls. Come on, y'all.
Required that every household.
Yes, just like the post office, right? The post office is very similar.
Visited. That completed census schedules be posted in two of the most public places within each jurisdiction, there to remain for the inspection of all concerned, and that the aggregate amount of each description of persons for every district be transmitted to the president. So let me point out that some households, not all, were visited by these individuals entitled as census enumerators, also known as census takers, who are technically federal government unsupervised employees who allegedly went from town to town, city to city, and door to door, deciding who was of what race and then documented the family they meet as such. So you mean to tell me that these census takers were provided instructions by way of the government to document and record the ethnic category of various family members based on their perception of the family when they visited? And their opinions were considered to be official historical records of information? Even though they did not count every individual living within the United States due to the multiple indigenous Niji raids and rebellions occurring during this time period, the alleged first official census of the entire United States was implemented on a day dubbed as Census Day on August 2nd, 1790. See, now, what's very important to note here is that the quote, free people of color were recorded all in one group, and also note that it states free and not freed, as if they were freed people from some form of enslavement. I go into more detail about the census labels in the documentary that I'll link above right now, but I said all of that for a particular reason, and that is the official 1790 U.S. Census population count was a total of 3,929,214 people. But keep in mind that this total amount did not reflect millions of people who were indigenous to North America, aka Turtle Island, meaning they did not come from another continent, nor did it reflect the accurate total amount of so-called slaves in North America. Why? Well, the U.S. Census Agency themselves admitted to not possessing the majority of their official historical records of information that was allegedly documented between the 1790 U.S. Census and all the way up to the 1830 U.S. Census. And their excuse was to claim that these records were lost or destroyed somehow. See, this was all purposely done for two reasons. A, to hide the truth about the real history surrounding the U.S. and slavery. I mean, generally speaking, you can literally prove to yourself that your ancestors were slaves or not by documentation. You can check and see if your ancestors came off a boat. I've been sharing this information publicly for years now, along with my sources. And I still have not heard from anyone that used my instructions to trace their family that I have available on Amazon Prime and anywhere else books are sold, that one of their ancestors were documented as being a former slave. The people that reached out to me that has or is currently undergoing research on their family's history have not failed with discovering that their family members were either never enslaved and has always been free, or worked as an indentured servant for money, land ownership, business ownership, etc., and considered to be freedmen once their obligations of servitude expired. Make no mistake, when you hear the term freedman from now on, freedman does not necessarily mean that he or she was freed from enslavement, because it can also mean relieved from their duties in most commonly known cases.
This is the reason why.
First reason to allegedly.
This is the reason why you saw freedmen, white folks as freedmen as well. And this is the reason. This is another reason why I said that there was a. I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody tried to bring this up and say we need to have a case for freedmen, but you're going to be including everyone that was considered freedmen, because by way of documentation of release from their duty, they were considered freedmen. But I'm glad that I mentioned that. I actually went over this during a live stream as well and pointed out where that term came from. And that was a Christian term. It was a Christianized term. But they were just trying to state that it was a group of people who accepted Christianity at that time, and they were freedmen. So it was used both ways. But yeah, if your obligations of servitude expired, that's why you would then let go. You were able to be hired again. Now, some cases they said 7 to 10 years with certain people. But certain people, depending on what area, you would need to check with your family members. Certain people were manumitted earlier than that, earlier than what their contract said. Now, that's another thing. If that happened, they had to have an indenture. An indenture is a contract. That's how you can verify if your family members were working, or they would tell you, and you're going to have to look for that indenture. But all of that was on public record, so that everybody had to keep record. Because eventually, this is the reason why you saw the Civil War take place. They had to start writing that stuff down. And taxes had to be paid by way of the employer, just like how it is right now. This is how it is right now. This is the reason why I said that my wife and I told you that it was a labor dispute. The South did not want to have to pay taxes. Basically, that's what that was about. That was going to make everybody in the South have to pay taxes, which is going to be overloading how much they were already getting paid. They were getting paid little to nothing out there. They were still trying to come up while the union was already up. Everything was already booming and prospering. But the thing is that the South had the upper hand because they were growing the majority of the crops. So they felt as though, it should go our way. This is the reason why they split from the Union States. That's what they were called originally, the Union States. But yeah, it was a labor dispute at that time. The majority of the people who were laboring were them, not really us. It was them. The majority of our people already owned land. We already owned the majority of the land at that time. And this is another reason why I said to go back and start digging. Certain people of your family members may have just sold their land, or they gave it up in taxes since the union implemented taxes, raised their prices up just enough where they couldn't afford it any longer. Oh, you know what? I'm just seeing this just now. Sister Dana Mitchell, I appreciate that, sister. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. That was a generous donation. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Dana. But this is the reason why I said it's so important for you to pull up your own family members' records, because you'll never know. Because if it was just land that your family owned that was sitting dormant, yeah, eventually the federal government or that local government picked it back up, but that is still owed to you. That will be owed to the descendants. Hopefully they had it in the trust, but our people were intelligent back then, utilizing trust and stuff like that. Like you need to definitely check and see if it was inside of a trust. Like I'm trying to give an example of the family out in LA. Oh my goodness. And I brought this up before to let you guys know that's what happened with them, with their beach resort. God damn it. And LA County had to give them all of that land back. The Bruce family. So it wasn't like LA County owned it. Yeah. It wasn't like, the Bruce Beach. The Bruce family owned that land originally. Okay. Meaning that they never sold it. They never gave it up in taxes or anything. It's just the fact that it wasn't moved over by way of paperwork to the descendants. So it was just sitting dormant. Like the county couldn't do nothing about it because that wasn't theirs technically. So they had to give it back to them. Now they were trying to give them a hard time, but yeah, they got it back. Yeah. And we should all go visit once they bring it up and fix it up and everything too. Support them. But they got it back. They're not the only ones that's getting their land back though. There's multiple people that are getting their family's land back. We just got to do it. Meaning we got to put in the footwork to find out exactly what happened. Now, if I were you, I wouldn't trust the deeds. I would go straight to the tax paperwork and see exactly what happened. See if it was sold. Because anybody could have came up with deeds and said, oh no, he sold that land to me. You know, that's why I was like, nah, like go back a little further. Just double check to make sure. I mean, usually you will have, like they had notaries back then. Usually we'll have somebody there to witness the signature of both parties. And it was notarized. But I'm telling you, that's what we need to get back. The land that's owed to us. The people that gave it up by way of, gave up their ownership by way of taxes, there is a way to still get it back because of that, because they purposely raised up the taxes and they couldn't afford it, so it went delinquent. There is a way to get that back, but that is a bigger fight. But you do have to, and you have to take that up with the Treasury Department. But, and I'm gonna be real here, that's gonna cost a little bit of money in order for you to get that done, because you gotta kind of have some record of everything as far as each transaction that took place on that particular land. And then eventually it was given up because of taxes. Like they just said, okay, we can't do it no more, and they let it go. It's going to take some money to get that. But there is a way to get it done. It's just the people that I know got it done that way, they put up some money. You know, but they know in the long run that was going to give them way more value back. Like the value of the land is more than what they had to put up. But they did have to put up some money. And I'm not talking about $2,000 to $3,000. I'm talking about a little bit more than that. A little bit more than that. But there is a way to get it done. And that's a paper trail. It is a paper trail. Now, I know certain people want to go to the federal, the Bureau of Land Management and try to take out, some records of some deeds. That's going to be a fight also. Most of it is a fight, period. Just know that you need the records in order to verify that your family owned those lands. That's the main thing, is to have the records, whether if it was a copy or not. But when you started dealing with, I'm going to tell you right now, when you start dealing with the Treasury Department, when it comes to that tax stuff, you're going to need the original. And that's where the cost come in at. Like, they don't want copies, they want the original. And the cost of that is high. It's high. They're up there. But hopefully that doesn't have to, you don't have to go that route. Hopefully. But I'm just letting you know, in every scenario, it's not going to be as easy as people think. But there's nothing wrong with trying to find out what happened. All right.
Enslavement, because it can also mean relieved from their duties in most commonly known cases. So this first reason to allegedly lose or destroy these records was to hide the truth that it was a very small amount of copper-colored slaves and a greater amount of prisoners of war in North America. And
that's why. Okay, all right.
Lose or destroy these records was to hide the truth that it was a very small amount of copper-colored slaves and a greater amount of prisoners of war in North America. And the second reason is B, to hide the truth about who are the real minority and majority in terms of the population count here in the United States of America.
And I went over that more times.
Which this brings me to my very next point. The biggest portion of their agenda was the abominable sabotaging of the indigenous Niji's history, legacy, languages, culture, and heritage systematically. So of course they couldn't pull this task off on their own. So they implemented a methodology format based solely on the scientific concepts of eugenics.
Yeah, hold on, y'all. Let me let y'all see this picture. Oh man, yeah, there we go. Let me let y'all see this picture. Hold on, where's my zoom in button? Hold on. Is it this? I could have sworn I had a different zoom in. All right, I hope y'all can see that. But this was their steps. This is pulled right out of the book. The idiot is at the bottom. You would think the genius would be at the top, but the moron is at the top. Ooh, y'all. Listen. Listen. I'm going to just let this sink in. I'm going to just let this sink in for a minute. Steps in mental development. Look at that part. Steps in mental development. This is not a game. They were conducting these surveys on all people. And it was this ain't got nothing to do with the particular race. They were doing it. They started classifying people. Notice I said classify after they did studies. This is deep.
On the scientific concepts of eugenics. According to the National Archives, the term eugenics was coined by a British natural scientist and explorer named Francis Galton in the year of 1883. Now, there are two sides to every coin, so I'll be sure to flip each side over, and I'm not theoretically speaking here. Eugenics was implemented to help improve one selected group of people and their future generations to come, to overtake and oversee yet another set group of people and their future generations by way of extermination of their mindsets. This rabbit hole goes much deeper than one may assume. Allow me to simplify the explanation of this paramount method utilized by the likes of your industrialized
Netherlands,
institutions
Australian,
throughout America still to this very day. Eugenics literally changes everything
African,
that any person
notices with a K
was ever taught of or even thought of previously before this selection was carried out upon him or her.
Negro. African, right? They're telling you there's a difference. Right there. African and Negro. Look at that. The African was above and the Negro right there. We're not the same.
According to Francis Galton himself, this system would allow, quote, more suitable races or strains of blood a better chance of prevailing speedily over the less suitable, end quote. Galton was heavily influenced by the likes of an English naturalist, biologist, and the first ever self-proclaimed documented bigoted genealogist, Charles Darwin. Darwin single-handedly developed the controversial theory of human evolution, which was his belief that man came from monkeys, and then his system of natural selection, which included a heavy flux of racial derogatory.
Since 1859, that's when Charles Darwin introduced Origin of Species by natural selection and the favored human races. Did you know that today they only report half the title that Charles Darwin wrote?
Oh, the book. Listen, y'all.
His title had to do with favored human races assigning supremacy to the Aryan race, all others being inferior.
They had an agenda.
How many knew that? Only a handful. His book was racist, and that was the basic purpose for writing it.
So I'm gonna let him repeat the name of the book again, so you guys could look up Charles Darwin's book real quick.
The title that Charles Darwin wrote. His title had to do with favored human races assigning supremacy to the Aryan race, all others being inferior. How many knew that? Only a handful. His book was racist, and that was the basic purpose for writing it.
And people would still believe, people would still believe that what he did was all science. And I'm like, yeah, it was science, but it was pseudoscience. It was only made to fit his narrative. And people be bigging them up all the way down to the presidents. I showed y'all that. Knowing that he was racially biased in his science. Which it ain't nothing but knowledge, you know, technically. Science will be considered knowledge. The knowledge of a particular field. That's why you see different fields of science. Yeah, science fiction. That's right.
1800s, the social engineering aspect of Darwin's theory became popular worldwide amongst many.
Look,
during the early 1900s, the social engineering.
Just in case y'all thought I was lying that they weren't together, Galton, Darwin. It's in their family. They're blood related.
Aspect of Darwin's theory became popular worldwide amongst many scientists alike, high-ranking politicians, and it even caught the eye of the elitists. More about this in the second installment concerning this topic, but I mention all of this to inform you that they played a prominent role.
Don't that look like DNA? Doesn't that look like certain things that they show you when it comes to your when your DNA results? Now, I'm not talking about, my sound went out. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, sound went out. We back? Okay. Look like DNA strands. They're trying to connect you with certain people. But this is the beginning of it. And I was telling you guys that at this time where you saw the Francis Galton and Charles Darwin's theory being rolled out or carried out, okay, keep in mind, this was the beginning steps of that so-called genealogy DNA process where they trying to connect the dots to who you could be blood related to by way of eugenics, trying to socially engineer a way to think that you're related to a certain group of people. But they never tell you your blood relation. The reason why is because they weren't testing blood. They were going off of the structure of your skull. And I showed you the pictures of that. What you look like, how you act when you're studying, like when you're going through a literacy. I'm gonna throw that word up. A literacy test. A literacy test. They're testing you in so many different ways through the process of eugenics. Trying to see how you read, trying to see how you write, in order to categorize you in a particular class. Now, this is exactly what they are doing right now when it comes to genealogy DNA, when they say that they already going off of existing biobanks. Notice at the bottom of this picture, it says biological examination of these family stocks. Biological examination. At the bottom, it says, oh man, stop. I'm trying to show you, but that keep popping up. And I can't even see it. I would need to zoom in. But it basically shows you to what degree. Like, what are they analyzing? And I can't read that small writing. But I'm going into what they're analyzing. But this is all inside of a book on eugenics. You guys could look this up by their own They did this. This is their family, though. This is how they were doing it for themselves, and they thinking that was going to work for everybody else. And it was pseudo. Straight up. It wasn't going to work for everybody else just because it worked for you. Notice how they got the pictures of everybody in their family. Allegedly.
In elevating
you don't know
the
everybody else
of eugenics, specifically for the sake of their own race, disguised
and
as if this was.
Get this. I'm showing it to you. Eugenics. Get this. Policing everything. Policing everything. I don't think it was March 29th, 1906. I believe that might have been a library stamping it of when they scanned it in. So I ignore this date, the March 28th, 1906. I don't think, even though it say born. Oh, you know what? They referring to this person. Born 29 March 1906. But I don't know when this was published. But definitely get this.
At a cost
I can't
of
recall
whatever
it.
they desire. They were religiously following this formula.
Lady Science, Volume 3, number 33. Get that. Get that.
Survival of the fittest. In other words, Charles Darwin's theory of human evolution was merely a way to elevate and escalate the implementation of white supremacy and to eradicate those who were of non-pale complexions, deeming it as survival of the fittest, where those who did not meet their racist criteria, motives, and agendas would suffer from a variety of forms of propaganda that was hypothesized to eliminate the opposing race of people. Eugenics is literally a modernized pseudoscience that was based merely on racial discrimination.
Look, Governor's Trophy, fittest family. Are they winning an award for being the fittest family? Look at where they're located. Watch this.
And environmental injustice, socially,
look at the top of the, look at the building.
But became prosperous still due to its popularity of praises.
They're at the eugenics building. The Governor's Trophy, fittest family. Look, y'all. Look. It was survival of the fittest. This is what's going on right now. Remember, okay, and I saw somebody in the comments, in the chat mentioning this before about what they did with the Nazis and everything like that. Very similar, but they were actually trying to force themselves at the top by way of their little science. Okay? Put them at the top, making them above everybody else so they can feel good about themselves to continue on with specified wrongdoings. Okay? Specified wrongdoings. They use science to their advantage. They made this shit, they made this up. I'm not going to get upset. I am upset though. I am upset. At the eugenics building, the Governor's Trophy, the fittest family. This is not a game, people. And this is the origins of classism, or what we call now racism. That's what's going on right now. Pseudoscience. It wasn't real. They made that shit, they made it up.
From those who gravitated towards inequality and racial estrangement. On the date of September 25th, 2008, in a statement made before the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs by Representative James P. Morin, on the grounds of the Thomasina E. Jordan Indian Tribes of Virginia Federal Recognition Act.
Watch this.
Morin stated, quote, "This is a travesty that this committee can correct. The second unique circumstance for the Virginia tribes is what they experienced at the hands of the state government during the first half of the 20th century. It has been called a paper genocide, at a time when the federal government granted Native Americans the right to vote. Virginia's elected officials adopted racially hostile laws targeted at those classes of people who did not fit into the dominant white society.
Now, keep in mind, he's using the term Native American due to the fact that it's an updated statement. Like he gave this statement, what I say, 2008. So he's going to use the term Native American. But if you listen to what he's saying, he's talking about us. Let me make sure that was 2008. Yeah, that was 2008. So September 25th, 2008. Before the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. One more time.
Circumstance for the Virginia tribes is what they experienced at the hands of the state government during the first half of the 20th century. It has been called a paper genocide, at a time when the federal government granted Native Americans the right to vote. Virginia's elected officials adopted racially hostile laws targeted at those classes of people who did not fit into the dominant white society. The fact that some of Virginia's ruling elite claimed to be blood descendants of Pocahontas, in their view, meant that no one else in Virginia can make a claim they were Native American and a descendant of Pocahontas's people.
Hold up, listen. I'm gonna repeat what he said. The fact that some Virginia's ruling elite claimed to be blood descendants of Pocahontas, in their view, meant that no one else in Virginia can make a claim that they were Native American and a descendant of Pocahontas's people. They telling on themselves. What are they doing? It's taking an identity. That's stolen identity right there. That's grand theft identity. Grand identity theft. And right after that, listen to what he's saying right after that.
To do so would mean that Virginia's ruling elites were what they decreed all non-whites to be. Part of the inferior Negroid race.
Woo! Hey, y'all. Are y'all listening? To do so would mean that Virginia's ruling elite were what they decreed all non-whites to be. Part of the inferior Negroid race. Come on, y'all. Notice he used the term Native American. All right? Remember, I tell you American Indian by way of the paperwork because the term Native American came later, 1970s. All right? I also tell you that we should refer to each other as Niji, being my buddy. My associate. Remember, I told you not to use the word friend, even though I know we're going to do it, and sometimes you may even hear me say it. But a friend is a person of the society of what? A friend is a person of a society. You just make sure that somebody got this real quick before I say it. Who is it, y'all? Remember, this is going all back to their little religious beliefs. Society of Quakers. That's right. And we were not Quakers. At all. Come on, y'all. So you know who he talking about. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
The fact that some of Virginia's ruling elite claimed to be blood descendants of Pocahontas, in their view, meant that no one else in Virginia can make a claim they were Native American and a descendant of Pocahontas's people. To do so would mean that Virginia's ruling elites were what they decreed all non-whites to be. Part of the inferior Negroid race. With great hypocrisy, Virginia's ruling elite pushed politics that culminated with the enactment of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924.
Listen, y'all.
This act directed state officials and zealots like Walter Plecker to destroy state and local courthouse records and reclassify in Orwellian fashion all non-whites as colored.
Woo! Y'all listening? In Orwellian fashion, all non-whites as colored, y'all. That's everybody. Because of Walter Plecker and the Racial Act of 1924. I already went over this, but this right here is public record. Also. The Racial Integrity Act was in 1924. I'm going to get into Orwellian in a second. I really don't want to give that out, but maybe somebody would do their research and do it, because if I say something right now, they're going to run with it and say they did it first. Let me put that on TV. Let me put that on the screen. But that's a person. I'll say that. And that person did something similar as well. I'm giving too much right there. It targeted Native Americans with a vengeance, denying Native Americans in Virginia their identity. But keep in mind, all of this happened in Virginia and streamlined everywhere else. He's just admitting it in court.
It targeted Native Americans with a vengeance, denying Native Americans in Virginia their identity. To call yourself a Native American in Virginia was to risk a jail sentence of up to 1 year.
What I tell you, my grandfather told me, and a lot of other elders, what I tell y'all, they were being jailed or murdered for stating that they were Indian. Now, right here, see, he's saying Native American, but that's not the terminology that was being used back then. It was Indian, American Indian. I think I mentioned that right here, too.
End quote. Now, in this statement, he used the term Native American.
Yeah.
But the truth is that our identities were changed not from Native American, but from Indian to colored.
Mm-hmm.
And they were not only jailing people in Virginia for claiming their true identity, but they were also killing them by hanging them from a tree, and in more ways than one that I won't mention, in each state across North America. The biggest bigoted, racist, white supremacist of them all was none other than Walter Ashby Plecker.
Here go the sucker right here.
The Plecker era was truly one of the darkest times for Native people in Virginia.
Walter Plecker, the role that he played is just like Fauci. Fauci out the role that he played when it comes to the health, okay, of the Americans. Just look at him that way. Same role. Whatever Fauci said, the government ran with, and it streamlined to every state. If they recommended, I'm not gonna say too much, but y'all can read in the line, read in between the lines. If Fauci recommended that everybody wore a mask, and well, everybody should da-da-da-da-da, and woof, the whole government got it, all right, and they passing it down, right? Look at Walter Plecker the same way. Because he influenced that vital statistics. What'd that say right there? Dr. Halbin L. Dunn, Chief Statistician of the Division of Vital Statistics, United States Bureau of Census, they listening to him. Dr. Plecker. Statistician. I said that incorrectly. I can hear my wife getting on me now. They listening to him. The federal government is. So whatever he say, go. So they tested it in Virginia first, and then it streamlined everywhere else.
The era was truly one of the darkest times for Native people in Virginia. But I think it's critical for us to think about what was the genesis of the ideology that Plecker was a proponent of. And it's really the eugenics movement. The eugenics movement was a pseudo-scientific movement. We say pseudo-scientific today because we find that the science that they were proposing is not.
And she's of the Department of Anthropology at the College of William and Mary with her PhD here, saying that eugenics is pseudoscience. Come on, y'all. Listen.
The Plecker era was truly one of the darkest times for Native people.
Yeah, nah, I've been said that. I showed Marcus Garvey wasn't no good too. I said that. And I showed people why. That's why a lot of the Jamaican followers started coming to me. They were like, whoa, oh, now this brother know what he talking about. That was a long time ago, though. I'll bring that back up. I'll bring that back up.
In Virginia. But I think it's critical for us to think about what was the genesis of the ideology that Plecker was a proponent of. And it's really the eugenics movement.
Listen.
The eugenics movement was a pseudo-scientific movement. We say pseudo-scientific today because we find that the science that they were proposing is not what we today would honor as scientific in any way. The eugenics movement has a direct link to the descendants of Charles Darwin.
See there?
They somehow made the leap to these notions about racial purity. What is best for each race is racial purity. Plecker and his friends convinced the Virginia legislature to adopt very restrictive legislation in 1924. It's called the Racial Integrity Act. With this legislation, it was decreed that there were only two possible categories. One is white, which means a person you check that you're white if you have white ancestry, Caucasian ancestry, and absolutely nothing else. The other category is everybody else, and that's colored.
Listen.
So this was very hard on Virginia's indigenous community because in a sense it wipes away their identity on paper. Their ability to describe themselves as Indian was not possible. To describe themselves
and they made themselves Indian. To describe ourselves as Indian was not possible. Don't forget that the elites did that. They called themselves the elites. Don't forget, by way of eugenics, they did that. They did that. That's it right here. I'm telling anybody that's doubting me, you know better now. You know better now. I'm telling you what's going on. I told you what happened. I'm not making this up when it's documented. God damn it, our people's identities were stolen. I'm trying to calm down. Our people's identities were stolen. We got to get it back. We were told that we came from Africa when we were here this entire time. And they put themselves in our place. Purposely. That's why I said when there's people out there that's talking about white supremacy, y'all don't know what white supremacy is. Because you ain't going to the goddamn source. And here it is. You gotta go to the source, y'all. I I just need y'all to wake up, man. I need y'all to wake up. Now, you can't debunk none of this. No matter what your belief is, no matter if you think I'm this and I'm that, bitch, get over it. I'm telling you what happened. This is not a game. This is exactly what happened. And your ass crying, talking about go back to, go there then, go ahead. Go to Africa. Anybody claiming that they African and they can't pick up the phone and call a descendant of theirs that's in Africa, a fraud. Everything, I'm tired of, look, I'm tired of it. You fraud calling yourself African. You fraud. Get your ass off. Look, just keep it moving. We don't need you. The people that understand what just happened, and I played it again. I say this all the goddamn time. My whole channel dedicated to this. And you talking about you African, you are a fraud. Fraud. Every single one. Well, everybody came from. No, we did not. Dumbass, you listening to them same folks I'm putting on screen. And you regurgitating that bullshit. And you let these people take our place. Every time you say you African from, oh, well, we were slaves from the diaspora, and you know what you're doing? Yes, master. Yes, master. That's what you're doing. And you helping them out by claiming that you black and African American. And now we got our young children coming up. This is what they got to understand. They got to understand that our identities were stolen. Our lands were stolen. Because some of y'all, not all of y'all, but some of y'all that's 45 and up, pussy. Y'all not going to fight. Excuse me, y'all. Y'all not going to fight. Crying, and I got the best bow tie on, and I'm going to wear this suit, and I'm going to talk you. Woo! Hey, I'm trying to tell y'all some suckers. I swear to God, y'all suckers. Y'all ain't putting up shit. And see, I'm tired of being nice. I'm tired of that. And y'all, oh man, a whole lot of y'all got y'all tail in between y'all legs. Scared to point this out. Scared. Scared to point this out, God damn it. But as soon as a white nigga do it, you gonna be, oh, yeah, y'all, let's get behind them. I'm telling you now. I've been telling you for 5-6 years. They just straight up took our identity and burned the records and gave the rest that they saved to the Mormons. The Mormons know who you are. That's why some of y'all Hebrew Israelites picking up their book. You know they talking about you. You goddamn right. You know they hiding the records in Utah. Wake up. When did we get the permission to take our records? They don't want you to talk about them because they scared that we gonna wake the rest of us up. That's why.
wasn't that far ago. 1924. That was not that far ago. You don't even got to go back to the pyramids or the mounds. We can stop right at 1924. Bigots getting all the credit. Yeah, they know the history. You think they need to study this shit? You got another thing coming here. They know. Your ass the one that don't want to accept it. Well, that ain't happened in my family. Or we ain't talk about that. You ain't even ask your family. And every single one of us can recall that our ancestors said, or elders in the family said that we got Indian in us. You know that that was actually a thing? Seriously. Oh, girl, you got some pretty hair. You must got some Indian in your family. Turn right around and you ask grandma or grandpa, yeah, girl, yeah, we this, we that. Indian. It won't ever fail. You heard what I said? I said it won't ever fail. It won't ever fail. We more Indian than anybody. We are more Indian than anybody. We are the indigenous people. We are the Niji. This is us. It ain't nobody else, because ain't nobody else get misclassified more and reclassified more than us. Nobody. We got misclassified, reclassified over and over. Nobody, that's not telling you nothing. But if we was Africans, then how come they ain't put us down as Africans? Let me say this loud. How come they ain't put us down as Africans day one? I'm gonna say this again. Hold on. Let me back up and scream. Maybe you didn't hear that. Hold on, let me bring this up. Hold on. How come they didn't bring us and say, okay, we're gonna mark you down as Africans day one? I hope you can hear me back there. They wouldn't have wasted time with no goddamn census. They would have said, y'all niggas Africans, day one. They not gonna wait, hold on. They not gonna wait until 1960s to tell you you are African. How come they ain't put African on the Racial Integrity Act? She said 2 categories, right?
Legislation, it was decreed that there were only 2 possible categories.
2!
One is white.
White!
Which means a person, you check that you're white if you have white ancestry, Caucasian ancestry, and absolutely nothing else.
Nothing else!
The other category is everybody else.
And that's colored.
So this was...
Where's the African? Where it? Help me. I can't find it, y'all. Help me find it. Well, I can't find. Hold on. Is this it right here? No, it's not. Wait a minute. Is this right here? Let me see if it's up under this rock. No, it's not up under this rock. Where's the African? That does not exist, man.
Very hard on Virginia's indigenous community, because in a sense it wipes away their identity on paper.
Hold on, look, hold up. And shout out to my haters. You know why? The reason why is because my haters are even helping me out, because they know for a fact that they don't know nothing about anything that they can regurgitate. So go ahead, hate.
Because regardless, you're going to wake up. And if you're not, trust me, we don't need you. We only need 13% of our own people to get this done. You in the way. We don't need you. Stay there. Want to go to Africa? Go ahead. See if some Africans go help your ass.
For their ability to describe themselves as Indian was not possible. To describe themselves as Indian was not possible.
Keep in mind that our elder family members' birth certificates were changed multiple times to state colored, Negro, mulatto, and now black or African American as their classifications of racial identity by way of the federal government systematically. So the moral of this segment is that you have been lied to by your government, your president and politicians, your news media, your school teachers, college and university professors, your public school history curriculums, multiple out of Africa theory books, and even by the very people that share the same hue as you and I. And that's a whole nother story within itself.
Both of them, Jesse Jackson and Martin Luther King.
Now, I challenge each and every one of you to seriously research your mother or your grandmother or your great-grandmother's birth certificates right now. And if it has the letter C or COL dot or color and every other misclassified title of race created by the government that I just mentioned, then at that moment, you will know the absolute truth about who you really are.
Period. It's go time, Slim.
It's up.
I've been around doing this for a long, long time. I don't always get it right, but I always take responsibility. When I get it wrong, I acknowledge I got it wrong. But my overarching objective, if we cannot make significant progress on racial equity, this country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but this country is doomed. It is doomed, not just because of African Americans, but because by 2040, this country is going to be minority white European. You hear me? Minority white European.
I'm gonna let this play because I'm gonna let this African talk to you.
Those of you that say Black Lives Matter, I feel sorry for you. Do you really believe you have a black life? Do you want me to read to you the meaning of black? Who called you black? Shouldn't you have rejected that from the beginning? A contradiction, a bundle of contradiction. Black means the absence of color.
Absence. Talk to him.
Absence of color. Absence of good. Absence of light.
Talk to him.
Absence of direction. That's the meaning of black. Black is not a color. It is the absence of color. Don't you understand it? They keep laughing at you as you call yourself black. They keep laughing at you. Open any dictionary, find out the meaning of black, and tell me if you find anything good.
You won't find it.
And you are not black.
No.
You've got to change it. The same way. Negro became a racial slur. Black should be labeled a racial slur when it is used in connection with you. Black should be labeled a racial slur when it is used in connection.
Everyone wakes up at different times, so just continue to be their alarm clocks. I'm gonna let that part just ride. Just let it ride.
It's go time, Slim.
To watch all of my exclusive content not featured here on my channel, log on to my website at imjustheretomakeyouthink.com/films. Throughout today's society of America, millions of so-called blacks or African Americans are settling for a complex description of their historical ethnicity based solely on the fictitious thoughts of particular strangers who were assigned with the responsibility of documenting a person's classification of race by the color of their skin in which they see, or their best personal opinion of what an individual should be generally racially classified as. These particular individuals were entitled as census enumerators, also known as census takers, or the U.S. Marshals, who are federally government unsupervised employees that was said to have allegedly gone from town to town, city to city, and door to door, deciding who was of what race, and then documented the families they meet as such. The Marshals, or
don't forget that that's from Magnificent Seven. When Denzel, well, y'all gotta watch that. I'm not trying to tell y'all what happened if you didn't watch it. Watch it. Magnificent Seven, when Denzel Washington.
The census enumerators had and still has a mammoth amount of influence on genealogy records. In fact, what they informally documented on a sheet of paper was literally based on their individual opinions, and then later deemed as official records that were sacrosanct, leading to hundreds of years of whatever the census takers' ideas of race were officially credited as historical facts of information. So, in simpler terms, these census takers were provided strict instructions by the government to record the ethnic category of various family members based on their perception of the family when they visited. So if you are attempting to find and interpret data about your family's history, these results can be confusing, especially if in one census your family has been recorded under the category all other free persons or slaves, and then free persons of color, then mulatto, and even black. During the earlier years of census taking, there were no categories for Indian at all, while in later census records, Indians were recorded all in one categoric group known as Free People of Color. Most census of today are mysteriously skipping the classification of race altogether, meaning that this particular portion of a birth certificate, for example, is purposely left blank, but only for people ranging from light to dark brown skin complexions.
Real quick. Hold on, real quick. Did y'all get a copy of your most recent birth certificate? Anybody? Did anybody get the most recent copy of their birth certificate? You heard what I said, right? They're going to purposely leave it blank. Purposely. You don't have to turn in your old one in order to get a new one. You don't have to. Well, I'm about to tell you why it's blank in this video. Mine is blank since birth. Yeah, you're gonna see that a lot. Look at what they doing now to who you gotta accept. Without, I can't say it because if I say it, it would be considered, but y'all can say it. Who they want you to accept right now? They're accepting all sorts of genders. Here we go. All sorts of but hold up, y'all. Hold up. Are y'all catching on? Y'all catching on? Okay, I see y'all. Yeah, I can't say none of that. But you see what I'm saying? But they leaving that blank for that reason. Look at the agenda. As you're going to see more and more people come out and say that they that. You're going to see more and more of that. Like people that's out there in the forefront that we get to see. Singers, rappers, actors and actresses, comedians. You're going to see it a lot. Mark my word. That was the agenda. That was part of the agenda. Right. I can't even say that, but you're right. But that's right. August Alsina. Yeah, I saw August Alsina come out. What was it, yesterday? There's going to be more there. That's not a game. A lot of people were telling us that some years ago that was an ongoing agenda and it was getting worse and worse. Now to the point where those folks got more rights than us. Not trying to, I'm not trying to, once again, okay? But I'm just saying they got more rights than us. No joke. It's not a game, people. But yeah, take a look at your birth certificate. Even if you got one right now, take a look at your birth certificate and see what happened. If you got something on it, what it say? And if you don't, now you no longer have to wonder why. That was always a part of the agenda. And they started that during a certain time period where they wanted it to be the agenda. I told y'all it was called Agenda 21. They wanted it all to happen or take place rather during the 21st century. It's not a game. It was deeper than just taking over the land and the billionaires buying up all the land. And, now, of course, they were already controlling your food, but now they really controlling it, dominating it. It get deep. You got to question everything. Because if their agenda was depopulation, how would they go about getting it done? Systematically. Yeah, but they just now putting labels on. Well, I mean, it's been quite a while, but they just as of recently started putting, no GMO. Just as of recent. Gluten-free. I mean, what else is on there? Are you going to slap labels on there for everything? It's certain things that we eat that other countries of other continents banned. Banned. You know what? I was watching and I want to bring this up real quick. I was watching I was trying to see. I saw how Dave Chappelle came out and said his two things on SNL. He was talking in code, but somebody else was talking in code on. I saw it on Netflix. Was Cat Williams. Cat Williams was talking in code. What Cat Williams was saying before he started getting all nasty and everything, like right in the middle and at the end, right at the beginning of that, he brought something up very important. He was like, we know what water consists of and the formula to make water, but how come we can't make water? I was like, damn, that was I make you think. The reason why I said it was to make people think is because, that's something that the creator created, right? We can't necessarily produce water. That comes from nature. So why are they slapping prices on it? Just because they conveniently put it in a bottle for you? Or they conveniently make it go out of the sprout in your home for you? Why is there a price on water when it's natural? There is a water industry. What is their agenda? What do they do with that money? But I mean, dang, they gotta upkeep their equipment, but who told them that we needed that? And one thing I noticed when I was taking a look at that myself, I already noticed that the pipeline, I'm not gonna say too much, but the pipeline already existed. Meaning, remember how y'all used to see certain people out there were trying to stop certain organizations from rerouting or removing their sacred grounds in order to pump more piping to start maneuvering oil in different directions? The Dakota pipeline, for example. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I want you guys to think about that. There is a pre-existing pipeline system that our ancestors already had in play in order for us to drink water. Now, I don't mean the old route going, to a spring and actually pouring, putting it in a bucket and bringing it back to the family now. I'm talking about those that were not close to the Great Lakes. How were they able to drink? See, people not thinking like that. And I like what Cat Williams did because that made me dig even deeper. Like, damn, he right. That's natural. Why are they putting a price on it? Yeah, and those exist. We had the pumps, we had the fountains. Remember the oil wells? Like my grandfather's house still has an oil well. No, it's probably gone now. But a lot of people's houses had oil wells in their backyard. I say oil, water wells, water wells. Bring down a bucket in the ground. But that's how convenient it was based off of the current or pre-existing pipeline. There wasn't necessarily a factory that existed at that time until industrialist companies or factories started coming up. There wasn't a factory that existed where they just were there to clean the water. We were actually getting it up right up from the ground, no cost. Is there a law indicating that we can't have these water wells anymore in our backyard? If it is, where is it? Think about that, y'all. Some of y'all may remember that. If I can remember that, I know you can. Family members had water wells in their backyards. Yes, bore wells. So if they put a price on the water that we have now, what kind of water is that? Because I'm not gonna lie. They tell us on the bottle, let me grab a bottle right now, and I'm pretty sure, maybe it could be true now. But they tell us it's natural spring water from the such and such and the such and such, right? Okay. Water don't come unless it rains. We already know what they're doing with the weather, but I'm just saying, what else are they doing? Because on the bottle it say 5 cents. What else is in that water? If the bottle say 5 cents and you selling it to us for $1, damn. That made me think, and I appreciate Cat Williams for that. That made me think like, damn. Mm-hmm. I see y'all. Y'all saying it. Y'all saying it. Uh-huh. It gotta be something, because why would they sell water filters? They know that there is a business, or a need rather, for that, and that's the reason why they created a business for selling water filters. Why is it that when you're working out, for example, right, and you're attempting to drop weight, and you drop weight, right? Why is it as soon as you touch the water to take, like when you take a shower, the water that touches your number one organ, boop, you blow right up. You get some of that back, 2-3 pounds that you lost, you get it back just because the water touched your pores. Is that natural? Is that natural? That is the largest organ. That's right, your skin. And you losing weight, everything looking, and as soon as you touch that water, because your pores are open, is that supposed to happen? Is that natural? Yeah, but okay, nah, you're right. Yeah, your skin does need to hydrate, but I'm just saying, to the point where you gain pounds. Remember how they selling pills to knock off the water weight? But you just simply taking a shower and it puts pounds right back on you. Is that part natural? I'm not in that field. That's just a question. To me, this is me. I don't think that's natural. Hold up 1 second, y'all. Had to text my wife. But yeah, once again, I'm not an expert in that. I'm not giving any advice or nothing like that. I just know that that's what happens. But I'm not sure. To me, it don't seem natural. Well, you adding pounds back on you. Somebody got to explain that one to me. I would have to do research on that to really see what's up. But that was a little iffy. I was like, But for them to put a price on water when it's natural, something ain't right with that. Because that's not how it was previously done. Like, okay, remember back in the day, here's another thing. Back in the day, the milkman came by. Now, this was before my time, but these stories were passed down to me by my mother, grandma. Now, The milkman came by to sell milk, right? From the farm, blah, 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 right? Came in glass jars. Okay? Why do we need milk? Hear me out. Why? What? Where did that come from? Where did that idea come from when we needed milk? And they come up with ideas. You could put milk in cereal, this and that. You could dip your cookies in it. But that's coming from, right? Like, you sure about that? As far as us drinking it, now, here's another thing that we got away from. And I want to say this, and I want to also say this, okay? Before I state this, I'm not knocking anybody. I just want y'all to know I'm just speaking in general. And when I say this, okay? But another thing that we got away from is the mothers not breastfeeding their children. You see where I'm going with this, right? Now, the mothers are either going to the powder or they're going to a formula. These are not natural. Hear me out, y'all. These are not natural. And we paying for it. But are we paying for it just to receive it? Or are we paying for it afterwards? Or both? Like in the long run? A formula? Just like we knew the formula H2O, what makes water, but we can't produce it. But you know the formula to what a baby should drink. See there? I highly suggest that you breastfeed. I'm just letting y'all know. Look, I'm not knocking nobody. I'm just speaking in general. Breastfeed your children now, because you don't know what in the world that stuff is. We don't know. We're not there. They just telling us that. We do not know. But what if it's something that is not agreeing with you this whole entire time and you don't know until your adulthood, and then you gone and they say you die of natural causes because they actually don't want to tell you what's in that bloodstream that's been accumulating over time? Or what if you go early and they gonna still say it's natural causes? I'm just saying. Or what if they said it was because of some type of an illness? But what sparked the illness? Social engineering experiments, or SEED for short. They just want to see what happens. See what I'm saying? They're gonna test it on us first. They've been doing that. We can name the Tuskegee Airmen experiment. We can name them. We can name them. Remember how they got so-called black doctors? Now y'all need to stop all that. Now that was some years ago. We not doing that no more. Who's to say? Who are you to tell me that they not? And autism, all that. Now, and they just now slapping labels on things. I'm just telling y'all. If there's money to be made in an industry where they allegedly are getting it from the natural and the spring, this, whatever. I'm just saying. Something ain't right. That ain't supposed to be. And look, the bottle say 5 cents. I'm gonna say this again. The bottle say 5 cents. Y'all selling that for $1. And y'all know how the prices went up on everything. Now I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt, saying $1. You know they charging more than $1. But that, I mean, that's a lot. And look how long that's been happening. I mean, I'm just saying. Another thing that he pointed out, Cat Williams, he said, now, y'all remember that time that we had a chicken wing shortage? And I said this then. Me and my wife was like, something up with this one. This is true. But he said it, and I'm glad he did, to make people think. He said, all right, so if we had a chicken wing shortage, now how come we were able to get thighs, chicken breasts, we were able to get everything else but the wings? I was laughing so hard, bro. But there's a chicken wing shortage. Wait a minute, ain't that coming from the? Wait a minute, is there a shortage on chickens? That like, hey, we ain't. No, they ain't say that. Ain't no shortage on chickens. Was it a shortage on what they hatch? Egg? Yeah, somebody said it. A shortage on eggs. See there? What they doing? Hold up. That's what I said, y'all. And I'm glad he did it the way. Yeah, Wingstop. Remember, Wingstop came out with a statement and said, you know, hey y'all, you know, there's a shortage of wings, and then they quickly opened up wing thighs or whatever they called it. They promoted it. Oh, Wingstop got thighs now. They probably still got it, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, how the hell you still got thighs, but the wings are gone? Like, huh? That don't make sense. But I'm just saying, I'm glad that he pointed that out. That made people think, and I wanted to, you know, of course, bring that to you all, because there's some serious stuff going on, and it all stems back to what I said earlier, the Agenda 21, the agenda for the 21st century. Yeah, buddy. It's serious. It's not a game. But people, you know, they just didn't look at it that way. Lord, girl, I mean, these wings, I'ma just try these thighs out, though. They gonna get the wings eventually. And they ain't even put 2 and 2 together. What type of chick, like, what? Hold up. The wings are gone, but the thighs is there? Wait, so how did the chicken, right, somebody said the chicken looking like they skipping leg day. How did that happen? But people fell for it, and that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But this, you know, a lot of people don't like Cat Williams because he tell the truth. But and he's a comedian, you know. So certain people just laugh, ha ha ha, but they not listening to what he's saying. And this is the reason why I like Dick Gregory and Cat Williams, because you know, yeah, and Dave Chappelle. Because it's only a certain few that will tell the truth like that, to go that hard to make people think. And all of a sudden, it's not funny for real, but it's funny. They still make it funny, but it's not funny, you know. But because I don't think it's something really that we can laugh at, like, and just bypass. Yeah, Eddie Griffin, another one. He does do that. We shouldn't, but I think Cat Williams, like, top to me. I think he number 1. Eddie Griffin is a good storyteller. So is Dave Chappelle, though. So is they all did good. Cat is my favorite, though. Cat is my favorite. They've been coming at the cat for time. They've been trying to shut him up for a long time. Yeah, George Carlin was tight too. He was not. Oh, what's my boy name? The other white guy. Oh man, hold on. I think I got it. I wonder if they're gonna give me a copyright strike for playing this. Hold on. Because I gotta remember his name. It was so funny. All right, hold on. It's not on that phone. My fault, y'all. I gotta check and see which phone this is on. Could even be on my desktop. As a matter of fact, it is. It's on my desktop. Damn. All right, I gotta wait. Bill Burr. Yes, that's his name. That's his name. People, y'all already know who I'm talking about. Yeah, I like him. He remind me of his voice reminds me of the guy Pee Wee Herman. No, not Pee Wee Herman. What was the guy that sounds just like him? He sounds just like him. He died too. What was his name? He made that. He got that. I can't remember his name. But he's pretty funny. But he tell the truth though. Bill Burr tell the truth. And but it's a couple of them that tell the truth. But yeah, they got rid of George. George was getting straight to the point. Like George, I mean, he was still making it funny, but it was more so a whole lot of truth. You know, he was they got rid of him. Chris Farley was just being Chris Farley. Martin Lawrence is a German. Nah, Martin Lawrence from my city. Martin Lawrence from DC. So is Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle from DC too. Both of them from Northeast. Chris Tucker, I mean, he okay, but he not the one that's gonna keep you in tune. Like as far as truth is concerned. Oh, born in, okay, I was about to say, okay. Yeah, but he definitely from DC. He grew up in Northeast. I thought you meant like he came from Germany. Like, I'm like, nah. Yeah, probably a military brat. But he grew up in DC. Oh yeah, oh my goodness, yeah, Richard Pryor. I totally forgot about Richard Pryor. I mean, I didn't forget, but I forgot to mention him. Yeah, Richard Pryor was. I remember Bill Cosby used to sneak in a couple of them too. Yeah, we said Eddie Griffin. Thank you, Golden Tree. I appreciate that. I was being very generous of you. Thank you. Man, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Jim Carrey, okay. He aight. Yeah, technically he's still, I mean, technically you could consider him German. Technically, yeah. Technically, I mean, he was born there. Bernie Mac, my guy though, but he ain't do too much truth telling. I mean, he did truth as far as what happened at home type thing. Like he was one of those down to earth, he probably your uncle type of guy. Like that's what he reminded me of. But I'm talking about like overall truth as far as what's going on in the world. Like that was Dick Gregory, that's Cat Williams, you know what I'm saying? Like that. Oh yeah, Paul Mooney, another one. Yeah, I said George. George was good. George was very good. Dave Chappelle, I said Dave Chappelle too. Eddie Griffin as well. Patrice O'Neal. Damn, how come they don't ring a bell? Patrice O'Neal. Oh, let me look her up. Patrice O'Neal. Oh, that's a guy. I don't remember him. I'm not gonna lie. I don't recall this guy. He from New York. I'll check him out though. Oh, he passed in 2011. Okay. Hey, I didn't even, I can't even recall this guy. I'm glad y'all brought, nah. I don't like D.L. Hughley. Like, nah. He one of them sellouts. James Baldwin wasn't a comedian. Nah, DL was he a sellout. Bill Bloods out of, oh, for real? Okay, I'm gonna check them out. Once again, y'all just put me on to somebody I never checked out. I appreciate that. I'll check them out. Yeah, I said Dick Gregory. Yeah, Sinbad was cool. Once again, Sinbad was like the Bernie Mac, the Steve Harvey, Cedric. They weren't into truth telling. They weren't into the like telling you what's up. Yeah, I said George Carlin. George wasn't playing that. He was letting it all out. Bill B, let me see if I can find what that video, man. Because I want to play that. I might have to just play the audio because if I'm not mistaken, I think that thing is copyrighted. But I thought that was so funny. And he was telling the truth at the same time. Okay, if I can't find it in time, I'm gonna keep it moving. Yeah, but Dick Gregory was saying a lot of truth. Malcolm X ain't get along with Dick Gregory. For some reason, I'm not too sure, but that made Malcolm X start leaning on comedians. He was like, they shouldn't be activists. Yeah, I can't find it. Nah, I got it. I'm telling you, I got it. I just don't remember. Oh, you know what? It could be in this folder. Oh, here you go. I got it. All right, hold on. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, hold on. I gotta bring this over because this is SNL. And I would just play the audio.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I am so excited to be here. I have been doing stand-up forever, and this has always been a lifelong dream of mine to come here and host Saturday Night Live. So thank you so much for coming out. During these difficult times, you guys all look like surgeons with your masks on. Makes me feel comfortable that you're wearing masks. I like people who wear masks. That's good. You're listening to the eggheads, the people we all cheated off of in high school, right? Keep listening to them. And then if you don't wear a mask, that doesn't bug me either, right? Take out your grandparents, you know? Take out your weak cousin with the asthma. I don't care. It's your decision. There's too many people It's a dream come true. If you're that dumb and you want to kill your own family members, by all means do it. Stops you from reproducing. It's literally a dream come true. And speaking of dreams come true, did you see Rick Moranis got sucker punched on the Upper West Side? New York is back, baby! New York is back! Yes! We lost our edge there for a minute. City started looking like a giant Bed Bath & Beyond, and then bam! Oh, Ricky took one in the chops. It had to happen. That's what happens when you stick an M&M store in Times Square. All right? The universe has to balance itself. Get the peep shows back in Times Square. Old people can walk safely 40 blocks away. I don't know. I'll probably get canceled for doing that joke. You know, how stupid is that cancel thing?
This the part I like.
Running out of people to cancel. They're going after dead people now. They're trying to cancel John Wayne. It's like, yeah, dude, God did that 40 years ago. They're all up in arms. They're like, did you hear what he said in that interview in Playboy in 1970? Can you believe that? It's like, yeah, he was born in 1907. That's what these people sounded like. You never talked to your grandparents and brought up the wrong subject, and all of a sudden it went off the rails. Like, oh, grandma. Just keep making the cookies. Yeah, you don't bring up race or religion with your grandparents. You keep it simple. Anyway, I don't know. I guess my grandparents are older. I don't know. Plowing ahead. Let's talk white women here, shall we?
Right here. This it. No, this it.
White women. Amazing your accomplishments over the last few years. I got to tell you, the way white women somehow hijacked the woke movement, generals around the world should be analyzing this. Just to refresh your memory, the woke movement was supposed to be about people of color not getting opportunities, the at-bats that they deserved, finally making that happen. And it was about that for about 8 seconds. And then somehow, white women swung their Gucci-booted feet over the fence of oppression and stuck themselves at the front of the line. I don't know how they did it. I've never heard so much complaining in my life from white women. My life is so hard. With my SUV and my heated seats. You have no idea what it's like to be me. Trash and white guys. The nerve. Where's the camera? The nerve of you white women. Listen, I don't want to speak ill of my bitches here, okay? I don't. Well, let's go back in history here, okay? You guys stood by us toxic white males through centuries of our crimes against humanity. You rolled around in the blood money. And occasionally, when you wanted to sneak off and hook up with a black dude, if you got caught, you said it wasn't consensual. Yeah, that's what you did. That's what you did.
And he pointed at somebody in the audience.
Shut up, sit down next to me, and take your talking to.
All right, that was one of my ones I liked that he did. But yeah, I like when people do it like that. Like when you still tell the truth, and yeah, it can make a little bit of, it can make people uncomfortable. But I can respect you more when you talk like that. And you saying that he came out of this guy's camp, so I'm gonna listen to him. The Patrice O'Neal, I'm gonna check him out. That's surprising that I never heard of this guy. But if he found Bill, then I'm gonna check him out. I'm gonna check him out. But hold on, let me grab my video. Yeah. But it's a lot. That's what I like. I like the comedians that do talk truth and not afraid of it. That they don't bite their tongue. That's the type of comedians I'm into. So apparently he must be like that. I'm gonna check him out. I'm talking about Patrice O'Neal. All right, here we go.
In part 1 of this segment, I shared congressional records uncommonly known by the public that details the truth about census records and why the choice of your family's classification of race was solely up to the individual census taker of that particular area and not your family members. The complexity of census records is in fact outrageously discombobulating, but still very utilitarian for research purposes and enthralling nonetheless. During the early half of the year 1790, Congress assigned full responsibility of census taking to the marshals of the U.S. judicial districts under an act that governed census taking through the years 1790 to 1840.
So I gave you the act to let you know that they were in charge of that, period. That's what they were in charge of. What is that? Congress, First Congress, Section 2. Oh, Section 2, Chapter 2, 1790. So you could look this up. And it was approved February 8th, 1790. And my apologies, I wasn't near the mic because I got my left screen too far away from me. I should be bringing that closer in, but I gotta look. But it's so far away I can't even see it to read it. Unless it's bigger than that. I don't know if I read it on this video. Maybe I read quotes. I'm not sure. Did I read quotes in this video? I think, let me see.
It was then called the 1790 Census Act, having been signed by then President George Washington, Vice President John Adams, and the Speaker of the House, Frederick Muhlenberg, on March 1st, 1790. During this time period, there were many open political debates about who should be counted, and they also struggled with the idea of allowing indentured servants to be counted equally as the same as free whites. There was an economic structure already in place to this entire governmental construct that was not limited to taxation only, which sparked the debate with Northerners wanting slaves or indentured servants to be counted as equivalent of free whites, as the Southerners did not. Eventually, there was a compromise established, and August 2nd, 1790 marked the date of the official census day. According to the Census Bureau, the 1790 law required that, quote, every household be visited, that completed census schedules be posted in 2 of the most public places within each jurisdiction, there to remain for the inspection of all concerned, and that the aggregate amount of each description of persons for every district be transmitted to the president. Census enumerators were required. So basically,
I just gave you where I got that from. Remember, I read that already? Where we was talking about each jurisdiction there to remain for the inspection of all concerned. Remember, the schedules was posted in 2 of the most public places. Historical Statistics of the United States, Colonial Times, to 1970
of all concerned, and that the aggregate amount of each description of persons for every district be transmitted to the president. Census enumerators were required to record a total of 6 inquiries in the 1790 census, calling for the names of the heads of each household and the number of persons in each household of the following descriptions: free white males 16 years and older, free white males under 16 years old, free white females, all other free, and slaves. The marshals or census enumerators were instructed to identify free white males by age brackets. It was noted that this tactic was designed to determine the country's industrial and military capabilities, and whoever refused to answer the enumerators' questions were assessed a hefty fine of $25 at that time. Under the general direction of the Secretary of State, Thomas Jefferson, The marshals took the census in the original 13 states, plus the districts of Kentucky, Maine, Vermont, and Tennessee. Both George Washington and Thomas Jefferson expressed skepticism over the final count, expecting a number that exceeded the 3.9 million inhabitants counted during the close of the 1790 census. So I must ask, what number did George Washington and Thomas Jefferson expect to see at the end of taking the 1790 census? Leave your comments down below and tell me what you think. And what is also important to note here is that there were various census instructions given to the census takers concerning Indians during the early 1790s and even throughout the 1800s that I want to go over with you.
Look at somebody's granddad. There goes somebody's granddad, their uncle, their father, their brother.
And even throughout the 1800s that I want to go over with you. Starting in the 1790s, census takers were notified of instructional specifications.
Now I'm about to show you.
Quote, omitting Indians not taxed, distinguishing free persons, including those bound to service, from all others.
Hold up. See, I know I'm moving quick, but I give you my sources too, just in case you want to go behind me. You see that right at the bottom. An act of providing the enumeration of the inhabitants of the United States, May 1st, 1790. This ain't no joke, y'all. This ain't no Google stuff.
To service from all others. During the year 1800, these instructions were slightly adjusted, stating that Indians living off of reservations and not wild should be recorded in the all other free persons column of the census form. The 1800 census classification options were free white, slave, and all other free persons. So we can easily determine that they have added the word persons to the already established category, all other free, which was used in the 1790 census 10 years prior. Interesting enough, the Indians living in the wild, generally meaning plains, and the Indians in the West or on reservations were not taxed. But those who were enumerated were recorded in the all other free column in the 1790 census. Once the Constitution called for a census of all persons excluding Indians not taxed, many other adjustments were made towards the classifications taken by the enumerators, mainly due to the sole purpose of apportioning seats in the House of Representatives and assessing direct federal taxes.
Remember, I told you taxes
on March 2nd, 1807, then President Thomas Jefferson signed an act to prohibit the importation of slaves into any port or place with the jurisdiction of the United States. This act deemed it unlawful to, quote, import or bring into the United States or the territories thereof from any foreign kingdom, place, or country any Negro, mulatto, or person of color with intent to hold, sell, or dispose of such Negro, mulatto, or person of color as a slave, or to be held to service or labor, end quote. This act came into effect as of January 1st, 1808.
Ain't that before manumission or when everybody was allegedly led to be free in 1865, 1863? That's way before that. This act came into effect as of January 1st, 1808. Wait a minute now. So wait, who was the slaves? But they said Negro, mulatto, any person of color. Hold up, wait a minute now. 1808. Damn, that was long before 1863 and 1865. I'm just saying. I'm showing it to you. I'm showing it to you. So wait a minute, we was already free? Hold up, something not right. Something not right. You mean to tell me that they stopped it? You can't do nothing. You can't even bound them to servitude. This came into effect January 1st, 1808. Wait a minute. Then what was slavery after that?
Keep that in mind. These familiar terms that I just mentioned, like Negro, mulatto, and person of color, were not used as the official classifications of race on the census during this time period of.
Keep that in mind. So if it wasn't on the census at that time, then who was it referring to? Look, watch the setup.
1808. In fact, just 2 years.
Thank you. Oh, whoa. I'm just seeing this. Deshaun, thank you. Deshaun, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate that. And wait a minute, did this person do it again? Golden Tree did it. Hey, Golden Tree, what you doing? Did you do that by mistake? I appreciate that. I'm just seeing that. Yeah, I'm seeing it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just seeing that, and I apologize. Let me, Golden Tree, if that was a mistake, let me know. Let me know. That's very generous of you. I appreciate that.
Years later, in 1810.
Oh, wait a minute. Damn. Hold up. I don't want to jump. Okay. As of January 1st, 1808, and hold on, come back right there. All right.
These familiar terms that I just mentioned, like Negro, mulatto, and person of color, were not used as the official classifications of race on the census during this time period of 1808. In fact, just 2 years later, in 1810, there were very few adjustments made to this third census, making Indians living off of reservations now recorded in the All Others column of the census form. This time around, the options were free white,
I'm showing you what it looked like,
and all other, in replacement for the 1790 and 1800 census option that read all other free and all other free persons.
So now they went to, hold on. So now they went to the all other. This is an actual, hold on. This is an actual census record from 1810. And this is what it looks like. So now they're going up under all others. So don't forget that they're not using people of color, mulatto, Negro. They're not using those terms. So wait, who were they referring to?
All other free
still
and all other free persons.
That hasn't been like confirmed by the census.
The War of 1812 made American history. It was a war declared by then President James Madison because of the discovery of Great Britain supporting many Indians with rebelling against white settlers squatting in America. This war between the United States and Great Britain lasted until the year 1815. And then 5 years later, the 1820 census made some critical adjustments to the classifications of race on their forms. This time, the Indians that were living off of reservations were recorded in the free colored persons category. Note that this is the very first time ever in history where the census utilizes the term colored. And other options included on the form were free whites, slaves, and then all others, except Indians not taxed.
So now,
generally,
hold on. So now you saw basically. I just gave you another one, an 1820. I should have put that down here, so just in case y'all know. But I'm glad I'm going over it. Free whites, free white males, free white females, slaves, and then free colored persons, and then all except Indians not taxed. Okay.
Except Indians not taxed. So, generally speaking, the phrase Indians not taxed is referring to the Indians living on reservations, under the aid and care of government agencies or roaming individuals or in bands over settled tracts of the country. But need I remind you that according to the 18...
Hold on, I wonder why... I'm trying to remember if I went further. Because
reservation.
See, it also is letting you know that there's a difference between them and those Indians not in tribal relations, whether full bloods or half breeds. Okay? Who were found mingled with white population, residing in white families, engaged as servants or laborers. I want you to, you see where I'm going? And not in tribal relations, whether full bloods or half breeds, who are found mingled with white population, residing in white families, engaged as servants or laborers. Who was that? I'm surprised I didn't point this out. And I wonder if I did. I'm not trying to jump the gun. Let me see. Okay, I'm not going to go any further. This is Department of Interior, Census Office, May 1st, 1880. Because I'm not too sure if I went. Hold on, let me see. If I didn't, I'll come back.
Under the aid and care of government agencies or roaming individuals or in bands over settled tracts of the country. But need I remind you that according to the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary, which was 8 years after the census, the noun American is defined as a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America.
Okay, I know where I'm about to go.
Then, the very next year, on March 4th, 1829, Andrew Jackson began his presidency.
Okay, watch what happened with the, huh? Golden Tree, what? Golden Tree. Is this person in the chat? Golden Tree, I'm gonna drop a bomb for you, but hold up, Golden Tree. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that, but Golden Tree, okay. Hold on. Like, wait a minute. Let me look up. Yeah, this is the third one. Golden Tree, I appreciate that. I don't know if you a male, female. Can you state something in the chat? And Mangoism, thank you. I appreciate that. Golden Tree, you man, can y'all shout out Golden Tree in the chat? Showing love like that, I appreciate that. Golden Tree going off right now. What's okay? What's the catch, Golden Tree? What's the catch? I appreciate that, Golden Tree. I'm trying to wait and see if that person is gonna say something. Did y'all see that person posting? Okay, there you go. Gems. Golden Tree, what? Okay, you are a member of the channel, so you definitely legit. Okay. All right, Golden Tree, I appreciate that. They want to interview. Golden Tree going off. I'm gonna drop another one for Golden Tree. I appreciate that. Apparently the person want to be anonymous. You know, I don't want to. We ain't gotta state no names or nothing like that, no genders or nothing. But I appreciate that. Just know. Unique Organics hair care. My goodness, I'm getting tongue twisted. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ooh. No. I'm looking at everything, but when I'm looking at the other screen, so you got to understand. If it's not gonna go nowhere. It's gonna stay right there. As soon as I look at my middle screen, I'm gonna see it. But when I'm playing this is a totally different screen. So I'm looking at this screen because I can't see it in the front. Like I got 3 screens, one on my right, one in front of me, and one on my left. And this is on my left. And my chat is in front of me. I wasn't gonna miss it. Hold up. But what I did miss was where I was. Oh, yeah. Right here. After this, we already know that's the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary definition of Americans.
But now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America.
There's a point that I'm going to make
then,
about
the very next year, on March 4th, 1829, Andrew Jackson began his presidency in the White House. Then on February 22nd, 1830, Senator Hugh White proposed a bill from the Committee on Indian Affairs called the Indian Removal Act. According to the Library of Congress, the Indian Removal Act was signed into law by then President Andrew Jackson on May 28, 1830.
Here we go.
Authorizing the president to grant unsettled lands west of the Mississippi River in exchange for Indian lands within existing state borders. A few tribes were said to have left peacefully, but millions resisted the relocation policy and stayed put throughout the southern lands of America. By the 1850 census, 20 years later, another change took place, whereas the categories for race were now white, black, and mulatto. What is very important to note is that if a person looked light or mid to dark brown skin in complexion and was an Indian, the census takers recorded them as M for mulatto.
That was purposely done.
According to the 1828 Webster's English Language Dictionary, mulatto is defined as, quote, a person that is the offspring of a negress by a white man or of a white woman by a Negro, end quote. According to the 8th edition of the Collins Spanish Language Dictionary, the term negress is defined as an offensive word describing a woman or girl of color, or negra, or negra.
I think most people think the census is about counting, and that's what I thought. It's really an exercise in counting before I started to do research. And I started to look back since 1790 of how we counted Americans along racial and ethnic lines. And back then it was color. And there was a controversy then, who should be counted? And should slaves who are black be counted the same as free whites? And because there's money involved and taxation involved, there was a big debate. The Northerners wanted slaves to be counted as the equivalent of free whites, and the Southerners didn't, and they agreed on a compromise that blacks slaves would be counted as 3/5 of a white person. So in that sense, the census not only cemented the color line, but reinforced how we thought of race, racial inequalities. And these categories have constantly changed, which is really fascinating. I was saying backstage that
Fascinating, huh? Easy for you to say. Because what was your category, Miss Dane?
1850, we had a category mulatto. to try to capture the amount of racial mixing. In 1850, we had a category mulatto to try to capture the amount of racial mixing.
But how can you capture racial mixing in 1850 when blood testing was invented during the early 1930s?
Between blacks and whites. In 1890, I believe, they added octoroon and quadroon to try to get at precise racial mixtures between blacks and whites. And then in 1930,
how can you get at precise racial mixtures? How?
Because there was so much racial mixing, they actually dropped that altogether and just used black for anyone with any trace of black ancestry, and hence this idea of the one-drop rule.
So why is it a one-drop rule instead of being an actual proven fact?
Woo! Come on, y'all. It's right there. They've been lying the whole time.
So pervasive in the minds of Americans of who is black. And so as a result of all these practices, I think Americans have become very attuned to identifying blackness and constraining that racial category.
Constraining, to force or constraint, to force someone to follow a particular course of action. Of course. That's what it was about. Keep in mind, we didn't agree to none of this. None of this. We didn't say, okay, we want to be labeled this. We want to be labeled that. This is what this is going to mean. The government did that. This is what we have to change. And you talking about some racial mixing in the 1856. You ain't got no technology to figure that out. Not at that time. So you just made it up, just like how you made up everything else. And we were the only ones that were being misclassified multiple times over. I mean, everybody had some form of a social construct label placed upon them. But ours was all, I mean, every single time ours was getting changed left until they said, forget it. All right, everybody black. If you colored, you black. But how is that even possible when black is the absence of color? Like, you contradicting at the same time? Like, no, man, just stop it altogether. But we as a people have to step up and say, okay, that's enough. That's enough for your labels. We'll take it from here. That's what we have to do. And this lady right here is like, I mean, either Chinese, Philippine, she a foreigner talking about this stuff. Okay. She just so happened to speak English. But she don't have no room to, I mean, all she doing is talking about the history of it, but she ain't got no room to say anything otherwise as far as what it should be and what it shouldn't be. That will be us. Like, no bull. Like, a lot of her kind and some offsprings of her kind, you know, came over and also took the place of our people. Let's be real here. But these are the type of folks that they will put in charge of the most important things or important divisions of their governments. That's not fair. And I'm telling you, it goes down to like even the hospitals, right? Think about it. The majority of the doctors they bring in is either Caucasian or they from somewhere else. When you go see Dr. such and such, you could barely pronounce that person's last name. You know they're not from here. But they got the best this and the best that, and yeah, they went through school, but you could go through school just as well as I did. But you got a better opportunity to get hired right after you come out. In fact, it's going to be faster. Yeah, we both could have went to school at the same time. But you about to get the phone call before I do. Why? Why? Because you already classified as white. They gonna know that you either Caucasian or whoever else that they considering white on the U.S. Census. They automatically gonna give you the phone call first. Hey, you got an interview. Matter of fact, forget the first one. Here's the second interview. And if we think you're a good fit, I just want you to sign the W-2s, blah, 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 blah. Here's the contract. Congratulations. Meanwhile, our brothers and sisters fighting hard in colleges and universities thinking that's going to be the ticket to get a good paying job. And the whole time they waiting 2, 3, 4 years later after they done got their so-called degree for a good paying job. And look at them taking up your spot. And they only been, I just moved here and such, and they'll tell you, no problem. They will tell you when they just got here. And they'll be in better positions. I'm sure she got a nice car. Let me see her nails again. I can tell she got some money. Her hair nice. She pretty. You know what I'm saying? Like whole time, like she got that attitude like she knows she pretty and she know what she talking about. Yeah, of course. The man in the stage and all that. That's Miss Thing up there, y'all. Go ahead. You better listen to Miss Lee. And that was her last name for real, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Doctor. Professor of Psychology. Oh, Dr. Jennifer Lee. Okay, got her doctrine. Okay. All right now. Okay, Miss Lee. You know what you talking about. But you can't ask the simple questions that I'm asking? And I ain't have a piece of paper to tell me that I need to ask critical thinking questions. I ain't need that piece of paper that you got. To what degree have you been indoctrinated by your peers?
1890, I believe, they added
color, sex, in the instructions for the enumerators in the 1890 census. When it comes to color, sex, and age, the enumerators were instructed to be, quote, particularly careful to distinguish between blacks, mulattoes, quadroons, and octoroons.
Look at that, y'all. This is 1890. Instructions to the enumerators, Department of Interior Census Office. May 1st, 1890. This is where I'm getting this from. Oh, man. Okay. What the hell? You just making this, you made these names up. Literally. And listen to the instructions.
The word black should be used to describe those persons who have 3/4 or more black blood.
Wait a minute, what is black blood? The word black should be used to describe those persons who have 3/4 or more black blood. Number one, how are you determining that? But keep in mind, these are the instructions to the enumerators. And remember, I told you that the enumerators had these instructions, ran with it. And what did they use, y'all? Their best guess. And whatever they decided to label you as, that's what they labeled you. That doesn't mean that it's true. You understand what I'm saying? That doesn't make it true just because they said so. Like, number one, I'm not black because you say so. Because why are you considering me black? Because of my skin complexion? Okay, because if we know it's not my, well, why are you considering me black? Where did this come from? So we're not going to use color no more. We're going to use black because black means color? No. Black is the absolute absence of color. So what are you saying? Are you saying that I'm non-existent now?
Mulatto, those persons who have from 3/8 to 5/8 black blood.
Let's listen to that. Hold on. How does that even make sense? Those persons who have 3, I would love to see how the enumerators decided that. Man, well, he light-skinned. He mulatto. She could be a little white. Look at her eyes. Look at her hair. How are you doing this? You guessing?
Room, those persons who have 1/4 black blood, and octoroon, those persons who have 1/8 or any trace of black blood.
Now, what about the? Nah, let me not say it yet. Hold on.
This sounds a bit confusing to you, right? The U.S. government created separate freedmen's lists specifically designed to rule out all copper-colored Indians from receiving any newly established benefits and land allotments that they were entitled to. The U.S. government listed all full-blooded American Indians as black or colored as their classification of race documented inside of the 1900 census, while simultaneously, white U.S. citizens were allowed to become identified as Indians by simply paying the Dawes Commission.
Hold on, so wait, there was a difference between citizens and freedmen? Hold on, wait. So by way of the final rows of citizens and freedmen, of the 5 civilized tribes. Wait a minute, huh? What's the difference between citizens and freedmen? Look, y'all. I'm telling you, they pushed them over. Hold on 1 second. My son making a bunch of noise. My youngest son, 1 second. Okay, I apologize if y'all heard that. But you could tell that something's up with the term freedman right here. Now, you know what certain people will say? Well, that's because these 5 civilized tribes had slaves, Dane. They're referring to the slaves. Not one time do you see a record where this is referring to the slaves. But you do see that freedmen is different from citizens. And you also see records that freedmen can also relate to the Caucasians or anybody. This had nothing to do with skin complexion. Actually, neither does citizen. That's what they have in common. Citizens have nothing to do with skin complexion. Neither does freedmen. Something up with this. 1900.
All copper-colored Indians from receiving any newly established benefits and land allotments that they were entitled to. The U.S. government listed all full-blooded American Indians as black or colored as their classification of race documented inside of the 1900 census, while simultaneously, white U.S. citizens were allowed to become identified as Indians by simply paying the Dawes Commission a whopping total of just $5 for each white adult and child to be listed on the Dawes rolls.
The commission was authorized by an act of Congress approved June 28th, 1898 to prepare citizenship rolls for each tribe. And I'm also telling you right here where I'm getting it from.
Replacing those people that were initially on
prepared by the commission and commissioner to the 5 civilized tribes. And that was It said, hold on, prepared. Hold on,
Mission,
let me read it.
A whopping total of just $5 for each white adult.
Keep in mind, 5 civilized tribes in Indian Territory.
And child to be listed on the doll's rolls.
Replacing. And approved by the Secretary of the Interior on or prior to March 4th, 1907.
Those people that were initially on the forms during this time period. So now, from the late 1880s to April 1st, 1902, which is known as April Fool's Day, public notices were passed around detailing that other claimants can legally make their cases for freedmen enrollment. However,
they can legally make their case for freedmen enrollment. This was happening to all the five civilized tribes. The commission to the 5 civilized tribes will continue in session, Muskogee Indian Territory, from April 1st, 1902 until May 31st, 1902. For the purpose of hearing rebuttal and supplemental testimony with respect to the enrollment of Cherokee freedmen. Wait, so was that another social construct that you just all of a sudden created? Since you took our place, you said, nah, all they could do right now is let us hear their case and we'll maybe consider them freedmen? Oh, wait a minute. So did they have slaves or did you make pretend like they did? By way of manipulating the records. Keep in mind, they took our spot. Took it. Don't forget, I showed you that multiple different ways throughout this. Matter of fact, throughout this whole live stream. You could go back if you need to. Did you make this up and say, all right, we're going to take your spot, nigga? And matter of fact, if you want to join the tribe that you were alleged, you were, that you were originally a part of, they're going to consider that allegedly, because now you got to prove that you, even if you were full-blooded, don't forget half Indians that were half blood and full-blooded now have to prove. And if you get approved, if this something that they enlisted inside of these tribes, especially the 5 civilized tribes, under the approval of the elite, the ruling elite, and the Department of Interior, okay, and the Secretary of Interior, this ain't got nothing to do with the tribal governments. Not yet. Not yet. Listen to that. Not yet. This is what they were setting in place in order for they can make their family members get in these tribes, in order for them to get the benefits that was allegedly supposed to be given to us. Let's get deep, man. Let's get so deep, man. So now we fighting just to be freedmen, just to get in after you kicked us out. After you kicked us out.
During this time period.
I'm gonna do it again.
So now, from the late 1880s to April 1st, 1902, which was known as April Fool's Day.
That's where April Fool's Day came about, by the way. I know I said this years ago, but I'm saying it again because if you don't know, now you know. That's what the April Fool's joke was about. This right here.
Public notices were passed around detailing that other claimants can legally make their cases for freedmen enrollment. However, this motion single-handedly allowed white citizens the rights to legally cede Indian lands, reparations, plus the optimized benefits having been set in stone previously for the people now classified as black.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry. So now they knew what they were doing. That was done purposely. They purposely took everything that was set for us and gave it to themselves.
Passed around, detailing that other.
Just like right now, they telling you that they were going to wipe clean your, offer your credit, how much you owe to your college and university. My mind. They got a problem up there in court, y'all. We can't do nothing about it, y'all. We tried. You got to prove, but never mind. Reneging, right? Indian giver. Nah, not quite. Because these fools ain't Indians, right? Well, by paperwork, they made themselves out to be.
Claimants can legally make their cases for freedmen enrollment. However, this motion single-handedly allowed white citizens the rights to legally cede Indian lands, reparations, plus the optimized benefits having been set in stone previously for the people now classified as black. Now, jumping over to the 1930 census, it gave special instructions to the census takers, stating, quote, Negroes, persons of mixed white and Negro blood should be returned as a Negro, no matter how small the percentage of Negro blood. Both black and mulatto persons are to be returned as Negroes, without distinction. A person of mixed Indian and Negro blood should be returned a Negro.
What? A person mixed with Indian and Negro blood should be returned a Negro. This is the instructions to the enumerators.
Unless the Indian blood predominates and the status as an Indian is generally accepted in the community.
Okay, so that means that by the foreigners who made themselves Indians, unless that Indian blood predominates, and it does, but it says, and the status as an Indian is generally accepted in the community. So if you're not home and I go to your neighbor and I say, hey, let me pick somebody in the chat right now. Is my bad Levante, I got you, but is Levante an Indian or a Negro? Nah, Levante is he ain't, because he not accepted in the community as an Indian. He a Negro. The census enumerator, write that down. And it becomes authentic. You are now a Negro. No matter if the Indian blood is dominant. No matter if you full or half blood. However they figured that out. On top of that, you tell me your best guess is as good as mine. Okay? But
and then it goes on to say, quote, Indians, a person of mixed white and Indian blood, should be returned as Indian.
Well, ho. So how they get special privileges? Wait a minute. So if a person of mixed white blood, mixed white and Indian blood should be returned to as an Indian, damn. How the fuck? That's how y'all feel?
Except where the percentage of Indian blood is very small, or where he is regarded as a white person by those in the community where he lives.
So that means white people could say, hey, no, he not white, he Indian. Because those are the people that was in the community, they put themselves in the place of those that were supposed to be there.
End quote. So in other words, according to these enumerator instructions, whites have the power to choose whatever he or she wants to be. So if a white male or female lives amongst the Indians, then he or she can consider themselves as Indians. But if he or she just so happens to move into a predominantly white neighborhood, then he or she could consider themselves as white on the census.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to show y'all. That's the end of that. So I'm gonna drop a bomb on that. So that, because I was getting a lot of questions inside of the 13% server, a lot of the same questions. So now you know what happened, how they flipped the script on us, and how we could flip it back. This entire segment, I'm going over that. Now I do, if you want to see this movie without the cuts if you want to see this video without the cuts, I believe it's on my channel, was why American Indians were labeled black. Could be. I'm not sure. I'll look for it. Matter of fact, I'll look for it and post it in the community tab and let you know that that's the one. So you can see it without me cutting in, trying to explain certain things. But yeah, so this is what I'm gonna do. We probably gonna have to come back later on tonight so I can open up the lines, and that's probably what I would do. Just open up the lines later on tonight. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I just looked at it like, oh my God, I've been streaming for 4 hours. And I wanted to leave it like that. And then, so just if you have questions, or if you didn't have a question just yet, go back and watch all of this. We could talk about this tonight. And you could get up on the panel, but you have to make sure that you join the 13% server. The link is below. It should be. I believe that link, the join link is in below. I mean, but it is in the descriptions of all my other videos. If it's not on this one, because I can't see my Levante, is the link to the 13% server on the description of this video? Or Amani, can y'all see that? Because I can't see the description right now. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Nah, I can't. It's only showing me yeah, I can't. It's there? Okay, good. Yeah. Yes, it is. All right, cool. And it's free. You join the 13% server, and eventually it's going to turn into something else that I'm not going to speak here, but it's going to be more than just a server. That's what I can tell you right now. It's already in the works, so you'll see what I'm talking about as soon as that day comes. But I appreciate all the communication that we were having. I enjoyed it. Oh, and it looks like somebody became a member. And those that I missed, J Miracle, welcome. Welcome. Shout out to the members and the Patreons. I got something coming up for y'all too. Be on the lookout for that. Those, as far as the donations that I missed, I apologize, because once again, I was looking at a different screen, but it should have popped up on my screen. And just know that I appreciate you, okay? There's nothing like that. I was looking at a different screen. I don't want y'all to feel like I'm dissing y'all or I was ignoring y'all. It's not that. I appreciate all of that. I don't even ask for donations, but I appreciate that. Okay? Those that subscribe, the new subscribers, I appreciate you all. Welcome. I hope you enjoy the content. Don't hesitate. You could definitely leave your comments, whether if it's good or bad. Put it in the comments. Just don't do no hating and all that. You can keep that. Matter of fact, do the hating. I don't care. But I just wanted to be a great environment for everyone, because this is about learning. This is about teaching, because we have been taught lies. And that's what I'm about. I'm about teaching. I'm not about here showboating this and none of that. I'm not for that. So just have your questions ready for me tonight when we go live again. I'm not too sure what time it's going to be. I mean, it's definitely going to have to be in the evening, because here we are now, and I don't know how. I mean, I don't know. We're going to see, because my wife may make me push it to a different day. So let me not make any promises, okay? Now think about it, because when she get back and she give me that look, I might have to wait for a second. But either way, we will get this done. When you guys have questions with this particular part right here, as far as our identity being changed, I'm all for it, because I broke that all down. So, I mean, any questions you have, I will be glad to answer that. Join the 13% server below, and you'll be able to see how you could join me with the live stream. It's all set up there. The rules are there. 2-factor authentication, so you know it ain't gonna be no BS. Views on thanks taking, not giving, taking. They took everything from us. So hey, thanks. Thanks for giving it to us. That's I'm telling you what's been going on, and they just celebrated it. Picked the day and said, yep, that's the day. I mean, come on, man. Look at what happened. The Pilgrims turned themselves into the Indians. This is that. I just showed you that. On top of that, and they celebrating Christopher Columbus the whole time. Who? What? What was that? You celebrating a foreigner because oh, look, y'all, it's a new world. I don't want to hear that. You making stories up. Prove that he was real. Just because you got a few statues up, prove that he real to me. Prove that Christopher Columbus is real. Now, how come the Asians are promoting that he's of color, and and people over here promoting that he's Caucasian? Why is there a mix-up? What happened? Why is one group saying he from Mulan, Spain? Oh, and speaking of that, I seen somebody trying to get all smart. No, he's from Italy. He's from Italy. And keep in mind, it wasn't even called Italy until the 1800s. And what? They said Christopher Columbus was what? 1492? But no, I'm not going to get on you like that. You just need to do more research. That's all that is. But just don't come at me like that thinking I'm just talking out the side of my neck here. I know what I'm doing. And then I told you that the original landmass that he was so-called running his nose and through, you know, he was nosy, he was a spy and informant, was Giscaya, was called Hispaniola. And just know that the Hispaniola term is a foreigner's term. It was anglicized. I told you that as well. And then I showed you that was being promoted on the History Channel that he was of color. So don't get on me. I did this. I pointed this out years ago. I just reposted an old video. Christopher Columbus ain't all that, and something up. Like, why are they promoting him? As if he did something great when he was actually doing Queen Isabel. He was doing his job that he got hired for. He gave him, or she gave him, letters of marque so he could come over here and be nosy and figure out what was going on in the new world. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna tell you what these Anglo-Saxons, the Anglo-Normans, I know their story. I know their background. Those are the Slavs. Yeah, he was a spy. He was an informant. They're gonna say he was an explorer, but at that time, the term explorer originally meant informant. Yes, he was a spy. Hands down. Yeah. And see, the reason why I told you was that, and they not trying to tell you on the internet that he was they got this. Let me not say too much because I got more information on that, but they're trying to hide that he's from Spain, you know, because of course, you know, whatever, you know, let me not even get into it. Let me not, you know, but of course y'all want to call him Italian now, but all that Italian stuff came later. So anybody saying that he's Italian is technically wrong. He's a Spaniard, like I told you. A Spaniard. Whether if you want to say that he's Caucasian or not, he was a Spaniard. And it makes sense for him to be of color anyway, because if he roamed Giscaya, they're not gonna be able to tell a difference because he a color. I mean, like, they just thinking he just another nigga. You know what I'm saying? They let him come on, you know. But at the same time, if he was white, they're gonna, who is this? Like, huh? Yeah, I mean, and then he was along that Iberian Peninsula, close, you know, where hey, Iberians, Moors. I see a couple people saying Moors. That's who they are. That's who they are. Yeah, somebody saying dirty Moor. Come on, yeah. Reporting back to Isabella or Isabel. Hey man, without them letters of marque, he wouldn't be over here. So somebody ordered them. Okay, and those folks ain't our folks. Oh, that's our enemy. Calling this area the New World for who? The New World for them. They had an agenda. It's time we get rid of all of this stuff. We got to make their history and make it history, like disappear. It's time, y'all. I'm just providing the truth. Don't get mad at me. Don't hate me. Don't do it. What it is I'm providing the information and telling you where I'm getting it from and putting it up on screen. I'm doing our people a favor. Okay? And if you in line with doing the same thing or you about the same thing, then show and prove. Brother, sister, do it. Tell the truth. Stop calling yourself black, African American, all that. Let it go. Let it go. And then the people out there, hey, Dane, this person talking about you. That person talking about you. Let them talk about me. Especially if they talking about me in a great light, that's great. I appreciate that. If they talking about me in a negative light, that's great. I appreciate that. You understand what I'm saying? But you guys are the ones that's bringing it to me as if I care or I need to respond to these people. I don't need to respond to none of them people. You know how, matter of fact, I am responding to them. You know how I'm responding to them? By continuously putting out this work. Because that's what they mad about, right? You see what I'm saying? Rod J. Creed, I appreciate that. And I hope I pronounce your name correctly. It could be J or Ja, right? Rod J or Ja. I appreciate that. And I apologize if I mispronounce your name. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to continuously do this for our people. And once again, if you're a foreigner and you on board with what's going on because you watch this whole stream and you see where I'm at and you know I'm not making this up and you on board, join the 13% server. We could come together. We could do what we need to do behind the scenes. We do not need to promote it to the public. We don't. Let's do it. We got to come together. But we don't got to all come together. We just need 13% of us. And if that's you, go ahead and click that link. It's free. I'm not selling nothing. That's just a server for us to communicate for right now. Because we got bigger plans in motion. Let these, not all of y'all, don't take this the wrong way, not all of y'all, but let these 45, 50-year-olds think they doing something. Let them go ahead and make all these, nope. I'm from a different era. I'm from a different era. I'm not about to go the old school route. All that stuff, y'all kept trying, and it ain't work. I'm going a totally different route, and I'm not going to put it out in the forefront. And it's already happening. Wheels is already moving. And we ain't running out of gas. We not. Yeah, move in silence. Levante, look, I appreciate you too, brother. Shout out to, matter of fact, there go Mac Low. What up, Mac? Shout out to my moderators holding it down. Let me drop a bomb for my moderators. Yeah. I appreciate y'all. And I couldn't tell if it was more haters that came through, but that's why I was like, go ahead and, you know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, of course I would have said. Snipers! But sometimes we gotta let them, you know, we gotta let them hate a little bit so they can get it out. All they wanna do is yell, scream, and throw emojis or emotes up. Let them get it out. I bet they learned something today. And that's no cap.
It's up.
All right, I'm up out of here. If it's tonight, it's tonight. If not, I'm gonna let y'all know inside of the 13% app when it's, server, when the next one is gonna. Yeah, Golden Tree. Matter of fact, let me mod up Golden Tree. Mod up Golden Tree, man. Yellow Hammer, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, if you reach out to me, Golden, on I don't be on here like that. If you hit me on the 13% server, that would be the best bet. That would be the best bet because I can tell you right now, my Instagram box is full. I'm like 3 days behind on that, trying to reply to people. My Patreon inbox is crazy. I'm behind on my Patreon inbox. My 13% server, people could like inbox me directly. So I highly recommend that. I highly recommend that. And it go in order. Like I like how they did that. 65 member? Nah. No. We got way more members than that. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, are you saying that you're 65? Like you saying your age? I agree, Levante, the 13% app. Where's the 13% server? It's okay. Hold on. Levante, can you grab that app and link and post it in this chat for me, please, so they can have it. They go Choctaw, Montana. What up? That's my brother right there. Yeah, it's a different app. It's off of YouTube. It's a Discord server. Yeah, that's right, Roger. Roger W. I think that's the Roger I had a conversation with on the server. I'm not sure if that's not you. I apologize. Now he's gonna post it in the chat. I think he's about to grab it for me, because it is in the description of this video also, but it's right at the top. All right, I downloaded Discord. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and then and once you join it's free. Join the server. Of course, there's rules and regulations in it, making everything, you know, legit for everybody. I mean, we grown here. We ain't gonna act like little children on here. Finally caught alive. I appreciate you joining. Nah, the emails go to my team. The emails go to my team, and they are over flooded, and that's gonna probably take a while. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't have a direct email, but that's the reason why I did this server too. The server is a way where you could DM me. I mean, once you see it, Golden, you gonna understand what I'm talking about. It's pretty easy. Yeah, just hit me on there. It will be better on that app. Way better. I remember I used to have a 1-800 number. Well, actually, I still do, but we had to close that 1-800 number down. That thing was, whew, that was off the hook. Now, that was something I was not expecting. But the Discord is a lot better. A lot better. And whatever it is you need to show me, you get to privately chat with me, post it up. All your personal information is safe with me. I'm not going to be posting it up like, look, y'all, just don't send me no social security number, no credit card number. I don't need none of that. You can keep all that. But yeah, we'll have a great conversation, which we do all the time. People are conversating probably in the 13% server right now. I just don't have it up right now. You can download on your cell phone, your tablet, and your computer. Okay, cool. I'm gonna see you in there. Brooklyn Queen, what up, Brooklyn? Shout out to Brooklyn. Brooklyn Queen, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, Golden. You're a real one too, man. You were showing love, man. I appreciate that. Benjamin Bell, what's going on? Cynthia Bradford. I see y'all with them feathers. I'm surprised did they block those feathers? Yeah, see. Okay, yeah. Oh no, the feathers coming through. Okay, good. That's perfect. They didn't block those. Oh yeah, her feathers went right in. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. It's about time, YouTube. Wait, Catrice feathers wasn't right away. The link is in the chat. Yeah, they go to feathers. They popping up. Some of them being blocked though. See, yeah, YouTube funny. Sure, I'm about to blow YouTube up with feathers myself. Hold up. I'm about to spam the chat just because of that. Go ahead, spam it up. Y'all spamming it right with me. I'm gonna drop it off for y'all. It's up. I appreciate that, y'all. I'm gonna talk my wife into letting me go this evening so we can make that happen. And I don't think it's my turn to cook. We should be good to go tonight. We should be. But I did just randomly go live, so we'll see. Let me talk that over with my wife, make sure everything's straight. But if everything's straight, you're gonna see me later on tonight. Look at that. Now everybody posting their feathers and see how it's getting blocked. when it be a bunch of people, they block it. I don't know why they do that. That's not fair at all. And I showed them this all the time. Like, and they, well, we're gonna fix that and fix that. You ain't fixing it. And I wish y'all could see my end. Matter of fact, I can show y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all how I look. Look, see how I say show or hide? Oh, let me zoom in. See that? See how we gotta manually click show. We gotta click show, and that's supposed to be automatic. You see what I'm saying? Some people go through and some people's get held up. Message held for review. Message held for review. I'm not making this up. I'm actually glad I was able to pull this over so y'all can see it. That's crazy. And look at that, it's still happening. It's still happening. But that's not gonna stop us. We know who we are. We know who we are. It's go time.
It's go time, Slim.
Everything work out. I'm gonna let y'all know in the 13% server, okay? I love y'all. Y'all take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm gonna see you shortly. Wado, everyone.
I'm just here to make you think.